Okay. Yeah.
What's your size? It's 10:30. Wake up.
Welcome, everybody. Sorry. Welcome, everybody, to this council meeting. We will open with a reflection from Councillor Noon.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. My reflection is based on South Dunedin, and we've got a paper on South Dunedin's future at some stage during this council meeting, and I thought it was important to go forward. You often got to look back. South Dunedin transformed from a marshy tidal wetland in the mid-1800s into a vital industrial and residential hub. Dunedin's explosive population and economic boom during the 1860s Otago Gold Rush demanded more usable land. Despite it being a swampy foundation, South Dunedin flourished. It's one of the most densely populated areas in the country. This density generates strong local commerce, provides a large workforce, and anchors essential community services for the Greater Dunedin area and across the wider Otago region. With the right focus and attention, there is no doubt South Dunedin has a bright and positive future as a vital industrial and residential hub.
Thank you. Moving on to apologies, of which we have one from Councillor Robbie Byers. Would somebody like to move? Gary seconded. Matt, that apology be accepted. All those in favour? On the contrary, carried. We're now moving on to public forum. We have 3 public fora this morning, or is it still public forum, but 3 people? Anyway, Oamaru Community Shuttle Group, CCS Disability Action, and a group on behalf of the South Dunedin Stormwater Group. So we'll move first to Trevor Goodwin on behalf of the Oamaru Community Shuttle Group. You have 5 minutes. Sorry, could I just say before you start, we've got a really tight agenda today, so we're having presentations like yours, Trevor, but we won't have time for questions. So if you make sure that you leave an email or contact for us so as we can send questions to you afterwards, if you're happy to take them.
Sure.
It's the right hand.
Okay, just a question on the surname, it's Gooden. Trevor Gooden. I chair the steering group for the Oamaru Dunedin Shuttle Service. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Oamaru Dunedin Shuttle Service. Now travelling direct to Dunedin 3 days per week, Monday, Thursday, Friday, twice daily after feedback from the community preferred these days instead of waiting around in the cold on Tuesdays and Saturday passengers dropped off due to school winter sports starting. The cross-section of passengers using the shuttle over this trial extension has broadened considerably. We're transporting shoppers, students, health appointments, family members visiting family and returning on a later day if need be, if that suits their purpose. When putting the service such as this in place, community input is an absolute must. The commitment to the service comes out of this involvement from the community, and how the service is funded also comes out of this involvement. If the community sees they're getting what they're asking for, they'll always come up with the best way to help fund the service. If the service is imposed on the community that doesn't fit, the service is going to fail. At present, we're running the service mostly from community input. For the service to be an ongoing success, the following points should be considered to keep bums on seats. The first part that we found after much research and a lot of community input is timing. Timing of the service needs to be at times that fit the community. Running too early or too late has turned people off. We feel the current running schedule fits our community, taking elderly needs, health appointments, shoppers' needs and family get-togethers into consideration. The current schedule fits all of these needs perfectly. Secondly, social wellbeing needs being met due to the friends coming together to have outings together that wouldn't happen without the service. People catching up that have lost touch and met up again on the service. Families visiting both ways. Families coming up from Dunedin to Oamaru, staying a few days, coming and going back again, or just staying overnight and returning on a later run. Young people are being catered for and catching up and travelling together to other communities where parents would need to be running them in vehicles and quite often not happening at all. Health appointments are being attended because patients find because patients are finding the service very affordable and have time to get to appointments and not be left behind. Thirdly, affordability is a must. We found that the community is happy to assist with funding the service to ensure an ongoing service, whether it be through fares, rates, or both. There's been a lot of feedback through research on the shuttles and that on how people would feel would be the easiest way to fund it. And there's been a resounding amount of information come back and that where they don't have a problem with helping fund it, but they don't want to do the whole lot. They don't want to end up with the lion's share. Fourthly, the shuttle size. In considering keeping the service going, serious consideration needs to be around the vehicle size and accessibility for elderly and disabled. As this trial has progressed, vehicle size ideally would be around 15 to a 20-seater. That's at this stage. It doesn't make sense to send a 40-seater to do the job a vehicle half that size does. The vehicle absolutely needs to be also catering for disabled, for people in the community that are disabled as well. We haven't scratched the surface of this section of the community as yet, but I do know that many of these people cancel appointments because they're unable to raise the $700 being asked for to transport them to their appointments, or they're unable to attend because the health shuttle doesn't have disability access. Vehicle suitability is a critical factor for the ongoing service between Oamaru and Dunedin. I thank you all for your time and happy to take any questions, which we're obviously now not going to do, but I've written it down, so I have to say. I also look forward to your positive outcome for the service to continue it, as we believe we've ticked many of the boxes that make up the community needs where we are. So thank you guys for considering it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm perfectly timed as well. Moving on to Jackie Eggleton on behalf of CCS Disability Action. You sit here.
I was going to speak today, but I decided that my son could speak for me. So hence, he's going to give it a go for me instead.
Me?
Yeah, you. Right, give it a go. Nice and loudly.
Okay.
And you need to speak into that.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Zane Eggleton, and I am here today with the Paw Patrol and my mum, Jackie. I have autism, and I enjoy looking at pylons, aeroplanes, bridge names and numbers, and anything to do with the Paw Patrol. My mum and I are part of the Voice and Action Group for CCS Disability Action. One second. Wait.
Sorry, you there.
Voice and Action,
Nice
and
and loudly.
Voice and Action, and
Is it voluntary?
voluntary group of people with a wide range of disabilities, and our role as a group is to raise the awareness of disability and the needs in our local community.
Good boy, well done.
And I'm here
Nice
today.
and loudly.
I am here today to talk to you about the bus service between Oamaru and Palmerston, and why I think, on behalf of the disability community of Waitaki, it is a good idea for a lot of people living with supportive living
Benefit.
benefits. Like me, money is tight. With money being so tight for a trip to Dunedin to see a movie or do something shopping is a luxury that I cannot afford because of the cost. And this is the case of for many people living on support living benefits.
So that's it.
The community
Louder.
shuttle
Louder.
has been a great thing that many people of my friends have used.
Yes.
And the trip to Dunedin via the Bays is a venture. In fact, some of my friends to go to Dunedin just for the
Drive.
drive via the Bays. My family
And we would.
would use the Oamaru to Palmerston bus service, as my mum is a solo mum of 4 children on a support living benefit, just like me. And this is the benefit parents supporting people like me on, and this makes money very tight for the family trip.
For the family.
So a trip to Dunedin via the bus could be great for me and my brothers and sister. And there was,
There was.
if there was a 5-day a week bus service, then myself and my friends could have more activities and things we can do. Being part of a
Being part of a small town.
part,
Louder.
being part of a small town like Oamaru, there's a limited number of groups of people with disability can join in activities to participate in having a regional bus service to Dunedin means that we can join in events and activities happening in Dunedin as
As individuals.
as officials or as a group. At the moment, if my friends need to go to a hospital appointment in Dunedin, the cost is actually $300, $700, as we need to use a driving champion service,
Companion.
service, and then $18
Dollars.
per hour. If we need the champion driver to attend
Yeah.
the appointment with
Good.
us, I have luckily
I am so lucky. My mum.
my mum takes me to the hospital appointments, but one day I could like to go to appointments and by myself, increasing my
Independence.
independence and having a bus service means I
Can go.
can go, and the best thing I could go to the Port Library by myself. Thank you for listening to me today, and I hope you got a visual into my world.
Good man. Well done, Sally. High five. Thank you.
Thank you. What a powerful speech.
Oh, thank you.
Moving on to South Dunedin Stormwater Group and whoever else is part of this collection, or not collection, but you have 10 minutes between you as a group, and so use it between you, however. And as I said earlier, there won't be time for questions, but if you leave your emails and things so we can ask later, that would be great.
Push the button.
Right.
Okay, is that good? Yep. Right. Good morning, councillors. I'm Russell Lund. For my sins, I'm a Dunedin councillor, but I have to be part of the South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group, and I'd like to speak about these options before you today. I see many problems with the process and the proposed solutions. Firstly, the consultation in 2025 did not represent the views of the most affected people. There are only 300 completed online surveys, and nearly half the people at public meetings were from the university or the Green Party forum. There are whole new areas of Caversham and Tainui that are proposed to be demolished that were not shown in the previous 7 futures. These are, in fact, different options. And critically, an engineering solution based around pipes and pumps is not provided for your consideration. Future 3 says it is an option, but it requires 38 hectares of land to be raised 2.5 metres with the demolition of hundreds of homes. The bottom line is that an engineering solution without raising land is very achievable. We know this, and I'm sure you councillors know this, because the Taieri, for example, has large amounts of land below sea level and has been kept dry by pump solutions for the last 60 years. But we do not have any of this presented as an option. And why? Because at page 37, the Ōkaha view is that engineering solutions are seen as fundamentally limited by a reliance on hard infrastructure, and it limits the ability of the Māori, the life force of the water, to be enhanced. Ōkaha prefer ecological connectivity and cultural restoration. That's at page 45. So this whole issue has now become more about cultural restoration and far less about drainage and keeping homes dry. We know this because at paragraph 25 in the summary, it says that the futures chosen incorporate mana whenua values. Now, there will be an opportunity to enhance cultural restoration, but not to the extent of removing 1,700 homes. We need to prioritise the health and safety of the South Dunedin residents immediately. Now, in January 2025, engineered solutions were on the table, but at some point after that, any engineering solution not associated with cultural narratives disappeared off the table. I say it would be irresponsible and in the face of explicit government policy to impose $1 billion of extra rates funded cost for cultural restoration and the forced acquisition of properties when engineering solutions at far less cost are available. So turning now to the costs and the benefits, the absolutely critical question, who's going to pay? And there's not one line of that in this massive complex reports. And an option must have some chance of being funded, because in the end, that will determine the outcome. And the ratepayer dynamite found in this entire report is just 8 words at paragraph 23, where it says investment is front-loaded in the short term. And what that means is the acquisition of 12 to 1,700 houses over 15 to 25 years. And we know that no government funding is available because the South Dunedin Futures Group applied for $132 million in funding in 2024 and got turned down flat. Bear in mind, there is also $363 million in engineering work that is currently mostly unfunded. We know that the government's Resilience Infrastructure Fund will only fund a tiny fraction of the scope of this work. So, commendably, in 2025, South Dunedin Futures did ask ratepayers, what would they pay for dry homes? And half the respondents said they'd support a 10% rates increase, 26% no increase. So that's what we know they'll pay. Now, what's required? Now, I've done some analysis. I'm waiting for the the DCC's financial controller to confirm it. But let me tell you this, if the council had to fund just the land acquisition over 15 to 25 years, the consequences would wreak economic devastation upon every resident, renter, ratepayer and business in Dunedin. In 3 years, a typical $4,000 rates bill would nearly double in 3 to 4 years. In 5, 6, 7 years, it could triple, and don't even look at the 10-year figure. And 60% of nationally people aged 65 and older are relying solely on their pension. And Dunedin, and in particular South Dunedin, has a high proportion of vulnerable elderly people, and that will cause them severe stress. A vote today to seek further technical advice or to request other engineering options would be a great outcome for all of Dunedin, and Dunedin would be in your debt. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, Madam Chair, and all of the other councillors and people here. So thank you for giving us this time. The people of South Dunedin basically have only ever wanted a flood control scheme. That's all they've wanted, is a flood control scheme. So their streets and homes are dry. They just want dry land, and they've been wanting that for close to 60 years. But particularly since 2015 and the 2024 flood, not one pipe has been placed in the ground, additional pipe of any sort in that time. And so the folk in South Dunedin have sort of been left in this very, very vulnerable situation of having a very high flood risk, which equates to a statistical return period of every couple of years that could have a flood based on what the current system can manage. And that's just very, very unfair. Unfortunately, the South Dunedin Future Program, SDF, they've done many, many good things, but also in one sense, I believe they lost their way right at the beginning, because instead of it being set up as a flood control scheme, it was set up as a much more complicated scheme with a lot of competing priorities in terms of, for instance, restoring our connection or our relationship with the water. Statements like that, which are very difficult to understand when people just want dry land. And the whole business or narrative of making room for water, I thought our target was to keep the water out. I thought that was fairly obvious what we were trying to do. The South Dunedin Future Program has been very misleading in terms of its overall narrative of the fact that they would say that the floods in the last 2 big floods have been climate change caused. But quite simply, they haven't, because the rainfalls were simply too small. The place starts flooding at 8 millimetres per hour, which is the rain intensity. The last 2 floods peaked at 12 millimetres per hour. A New Zealand standard applied to Dunedin would have to be 18 millimetres per hour just to meet the current standards. So the previous rainfalls have had nothing to do with climate change. That will come in the future, but up until now, the narrative has been climate change, and it just hasn't been true or backed up by the stats. the property acquisition business and demolition of 800 to 1,700 homes. I've spoken with two senior engineering managers, one in ORC, one in DCC yesterday. And after reading the reports myself and also talking to the folk, there seems to be absolutely no clear rationale for deciding on which homes stay and which homes go, because of the different plans that are shown in different areas. And so it just doesn't make sense. And from both of these people, learned engineering folk, I have not been able to receive a straightforward answer on what the criteria is for the rationale of removing homes. And so that is a major issue, because our understanding was always that anything to do with South Dunedin Futures would save South Dunedin, not destroy it. And at the moment, by removing the 1,700 homes, you're actually getting rid of the homes more quickly than the floodwaters would. That you are doing this to protect the other 2/3 who do manage to stay. And so that just doesn't seem to make sense to me. Sophie, I sent you all my summary yesterday. Did everyone receive it? Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to ask questions here. A rhetorical question.
We can.
Everyone received it and spent 10 minutes on it? Hopefully, thank you. So basically...
We didn't get an introduction for the name, but I presume it's the one that we got. Can you just say your name?
My name is Julian Dory.
Thank you.
Member of the South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group.
Thank
Yeah, thank you. So my recommendations on the end of this report were simply that the existing report with the 3 proposed adaptation futures not be released for public consultation, because you're asking the public to actually start looking at and deciding on basically this huge number of houses that will be effectively demolished, etc. And that's was extremely cruel to even release this information without even talking to any of those people in those affected areas. We know that because we asked the question. No one was told in those areas that we're about to release this information, and so their houses went down overnight, actually. A South Dunedin engineered flood protection system, separate to all of the other nice to have, such as green space, wetlands and canals, needs to be designed and costed as one option to go out with the report, just a straightforward flood control scheme with a clear aim of safety within 5 years. That's not showing in the 254 pages that I saw from the DCC version of the reports. I believe the councils, I don't know if it's ORC as well as DCC, but I would beg you to make an apology to the people of these affected housing removal areas for releasing information that showed their houses on these maps, because it was very clear for anyone to see where they were. And a lot of these areas are a long way from the coast and actually slightly higher than other areas of South Dunedin. So as I said, I cannot understand the criteria of choosing houses, even in Caversham, which is regarded as a safety zone above the flat area, the so-called flat area. Why would some of those be slated for removal and
If you
green
move
space?
to finish, please.
Thank you very much. And I would ask that the council formally adopt a policy to prioritise retaining all homes where technically possible. That should be the #1 priority. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank the rest of you, apart from the people who were speaking to, for your interest and your passion and the cause that you care for. This will not, of course, be the end of anything that happens today. It will keep moving forwards. Councillor Laws, we're not doing questions, but what's your hand up for?
Sorry, we're not doing questions.
No.
Why?
We've got a very full agenda, and we discussed this when I say discussed, we decided at the beginning we weren't doing questions on presentations today, Michael.
That's just ridiculous.
Does somebody want to be the person who when we do want to ask questions, wants to funnel any questions through, or to be send us an email with who?
I think Julian.
Yeah, we've got. Okay. Yeah.
Got that person.
Moving on, I will move from the chair that the council accepts the additional documents to the agenda. One, the supplementary agenda 25 June 2026, the public excluded agenda 25 June 2026, rates resolution attachments to matter 9.9, rates report and rates resolution 26/27, and that the South Dunedin future matter 1.2 will be heard after matter 9.4, and that matter 1.1 local government reform will be heard after matter 9.14. Have I a seconder? Seconded, councillor Wilson. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Just a reminder to all members of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between your role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest you might have. I don't think just Councillor Gardner.
I just want to declare that I've got a pecuniary interest in a group which is submitted in relation to paper 9.11, but I was not involved in making the submission. I've assessed that it's a strategy document which doesn't lead to any pecuniary outcomes. However, I was not intending on speaking to that paper, so I will declare that as a conflict.
Thank you. Just a reminder, which I didn't give you at the beginning, that this is on YouTube. Moving on to confirming the minutes of the council meeting of 27 May 2026 is a true and accurate record. Have I a mover? Councillor Somerville, seconder. Councillor Robertson. All those in favour? Against? Carried. There are currently no open actions for council on the action register. Moving on to the chair and CE report. I haven't anything to add to my chair's report, although there's more things that keep coming all the time, particularly in the local government reform space. And so it's moving forward, but if anybody's got any questions. Councillor Malcolm.
Yes, Chair. Paragraph 13, the forum agreed to develop a coordinated Otago economic narrative to support advocacy to government before and after the general election later this year. What is the form of that document and what are we trying to achieve with that?
Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. So the form of the document is still to be determined. So it's the group of officers responsible for economic development within their TAs coming together as a collective for Otago. So one of the messages that ministers gave previous mayoral forums is that Otago lacked a cohesive story in Wellington about what the economic priorities for the region are. So the recommendation was made to this mayoral forum to prioritise that work. It's in its early stages, but obviously we are trying to hit a deadline of the election to have something ready to brief the incoming government. But it's looking to identify what the priorities are that will support, the government's priorities around economic growth, the current priorities, and identify what those areas are in Otago, and importantly, how could the councils and the government work together to achieve those things. So still in its early stages, but there'll be an opportunity for it to come back to this table once the group has reported back through the mayoral forum as well.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher.
Happy to move Chair and CE reports as noted.
Any seconder for that? Councillor Hollier. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now moving on to one.
Yeah, I guess same as the others. Thanks, Gary. It saves me some weird job. But if anyone's got any questions about my report, I'm happy to take them in one of the breaks. But it's fairly self-explanatory as far as a monthly C report goes.
Right, yes. Moving on to 9.1, Oamaru Community Transport Trial. And you'll notice that there are two papers here, Oamaru Public Transport Investigations, after this one. So if you've got questions that relate to the second one, you don't need to ask them during the first one.
Thank you. The Chief Executive's report, I'm not sure, was I not paying attention? Did we move and second that?
Yes, Gary, both at the same time.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention properly at that point. No, happy to talk about public transport papers. Thank you. Yeah, as our chair says, we have 3 transport papers here coming up, which are linked. First of all, we have the report on the Oamaru Community Transport Trial, and that Oamaru Community Shuttle is running until the 30th of September. And thank you for members of that group who spoke at Public Forum. Secondly, 9.2 is the Oamaru Public Transport Investigations, and there's a proposal in there to extend our Route 1 public bus service to Oamaru from Dunedin from the 1st of October, providing continuity for a Dunedin North Otago transport service. Thirdly, we have 9.3, the Public Transport Fare Structure Review. This will affect the whole public transport network, and it's essential to planning for that North Otago service in paper 9.2. So just moving back to 9.1, the report on the Oamaru Community Transport Trial. There are 5 noting recommendations in there. You will recall that in March this year, Council agreed to funding to extend that trial through to the 30th of September. And we also passed a resolution thanking the Oamaru Community Shuttle volunteers for enabling that service. So I'm happy now to pass on to our excellent staff at the front, who will take it from here. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have nothing further to add. We're happy to take the paper as read and just take any questions that you may have.
Councillor Laws.
There's a table 1 on page 24, and it relates to passenger numbers on the community shuttle. Can I just take the peak month, please, of April 2026 and ask, number 1, are these one-way trips or are these return trips? So are they, if you were to go on the shuttle to and from, would that be counted as 1 or 2?
One-way trip. They're one-way trips. So if you went to and from, it would be counted as 2 trips.
Right, okay. And by my average, that would mean in the month of April, which is the most pronounced month for passenger travel, an average of 4.3 people travelled every day. No, that's not true, is it? An average of 4.3 trips were undertaken. Is that correct? Per day.
But the service only runs 3 days per week.
Okay, so it's okay, so it'd be about eight trips then. 9. Is that right? So 9 trips a day. And the shuttle.
We rely on your maths, Councillor Laws. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Right, to see we're relying on your maths, but it's the number of
divided
by the number of days. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's more than 1 a day. Some days.
So we don't know how many people actually used it. We only know the number of trips.
Well, also, there's a monthly figure there. There'll be different months will have different numbers of Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays.
Could you?
There's a few different variables.
Could you point out to me where I would find that information in this paper?
So, so the monthly figures are out to the right-hand side of table 1.
Yeah, I've got that. But you then talked about daily travel on particular days. You don't have those days, so we don't know.
So along the top of the table, you'll see the number of passengers travelling on a Tuesday for each of the month, on a Thursday for each of the month, and a Saturday for each of the month.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So again, so we still, do we have any indication then of how many people this includes? So would it be reasonable to assume that these shuttles are to and from, or would that be unreasonable to assume?
I would assume most people will go back in the same day, but every passenger is different depending on their needs.
But that's not really
A reasonable assumption, Michael.
Thank you.
Paragraph 20. Michael, did you hear Councillor Robertson say paragraph 20 might help you?
Thank you. No, it's fine. Thanks.
Further questions?
No further questions. Well, look, I'm very happy to move those 5 noting recommendations to this report.
3 we divided, so we actually thank them properly.
And Councillor Hollier to second those. Any debate apart from Councillor Wilson's?
Mine's probably similar.
Councillor Robertson.
I was just really wanting to note the massive amount of work that's gone into this trial, but I didn't want to take the words away from Councillor Malcolm, whose local area it is, so I might let him speak. Yeah.
Councillor Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarification, I actually have on my phone a man's name called Trevor Buss, but I've now informed it it's Trevor Gooden, so I'll get that corrected on my contact list, just in case I need to ring for a bus if this is successful. So this paper has 5 recommendations. The first one is to note, hopefully we as a team will want to note that paper. Second, that the trial will end in September 2026 with no further financial assistance budgeted for. And I'd just like to point out about that finance that has been given. The trial was funded by an ORC, by a rate that the ORC collected from the community of the Waitaki, and that was to do an initial business case on community transport in the Oamaru area. So the money that we've used for this, the $50,000, is from our community. Number 4, I'm going to leave number 3 till a wee bit later. And this community has driven the trial, has given the ORC significant learnings that will be invaluable as we determine our strategy for community transport ongoing. So what we've learned has been exceptionally invaluable from the work that people of the group have done. And number 5, presented options to implement the Oamaru to Dunedin bus service. I'm sure that from reading this report that my fellow councillors will understand Waitaki's need and desire for this essential service. But if I could go back to number 3, and this is about thanking those involved, and I'll get back to that group. But first I want to thank our transport staff and thank them for their attitude that they took to this project. It was how can we make things work, finding a way and testing the envelope. So to the transport staff that have worked through this project, I absolutely thank you. And to the Oamaru, to Trevor Buss and the Oamaru Community Shuttle Steering Group, over 2,500 voluntary hours. And if we put that in, if we use a consultant's fee of $250 to $350 per hour, which we probably should because they've been consulting with everyone, that's a huge amount of dedication. And what they've recognised is that there's a critical community need, and they have been driving excuse upon a real solution. So I thank you on behalf of my community. The trial has clearly demonstrated a need for a public transport route between Oamaru and Dunedin. Sensational work, and we thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm, did you want to add a few words to 3 saying noting, to saying noting with huge thanks or something? Is it?
Yeah, that's, I think that says that enough.
Yes, it
Yeah.
just looked a wee bit sort of timid for the enthusiasm that we all have. Further debate?
Shall I just finish off the right of reply? And really, it's only to say thank you, Councillor Malcolm, for summing that up so very well. I'm in agreement with all of that. Thank you.
Right. There being no further debate, I will put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried.
So we are on to paper 9.2, the Oamaru Public Transport Investigations. The effect of this recommendation here, if this goes ahead, is to extend the Route 1 public bus service to Oamaru, so between Dunedin and Oamaru, from the 1st of October. We've heard about the important need for that, for a service between Dunedin and Oamaru Public Forum, and councillors also received 11 letters of support from local groups and other councillors the other day. So look, I'll hand over to there may be some more questions on this one, I suspect, and I'll hand over to our staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Somerville. And again, we're just happy to answer any questions. So Jack and Robin have been instrumental in this paper. So if you've got any questions, we will do our best to answer those.
I'd like to foreshadow an amendment to say to make the complete an investigation and to approve the implementation of a provisional item with the proviso that it's 5 days a week, Monday to Friday, in the initial times as we gauge support. So I'd like to just, instead of it being every day, recommend Monday to Friday.
We let us questions.
Yes, certainly questions.
Thank you. Can I just understand the 100,000? Is that for the 9 months or for the full year?
12 months.
So for the first year, it'll be 75,000?
Correct.
Thank you. It is really interesting, and I had a question that if we'd had a chance, I would have asked about the Dunedin to Oamaru route and its ability, because I think the funding at the moment has been considered from Oamaru, but in effect, it actually gives Dunedin people a route to Oamaru as well. And has there been consideration in the funding being shared?
So just to be clear, this route is not budgeted for, so we haven't made those decisions around funding, but that would be something you could consider down the track as part of the LTP if it's approved and successful.
Yeah, so the 75,000, so it's 75,000 in the first year. Where does that money come from? I know it's in there. Yeah.
So it's not specifically budgeted.
But it will be paid for out of the existing Dunedin transport because it forms part of that overall contract.
So okay, so that's that. And yeah, is there any of the 50,000? I know we spent 50,000 on the Oamaru. Is any of that being rated for this for the next financial year? No.
No, it was only collected in year 1.
Yeah, thank you. I thought that was the case. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to reference paragraph 8, and it talks about currently under development a future service improvement program, but I just wondered whether we could have any comment in light of how this paper has got to this point, i.e. the investigations have occurred, i.e. a considerable contribution, volunteer contribution, very much been driven by the community. And I suppose wanting to understand, if I was a betting person, would this be a fairly safe bet that NZTA would get this over the line? If you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. But these are processes that we have been through before, and understanding the success rate when we've got X amount of information behind it, and understanding the unsuccessful rate when we haven't got adequate information for whatever reason. I'm just trying to understand the likelihood of success, that was all.
I suspect my poker face gave away that this is a tough question. There's so many variables that we're waiting for the new GPS, which will set the direction in terms of public transport support and things like that. NZTA did alert us to this new funding line, the service improvement program, which is a new opportunity for funding. That doesn't guarantee anything, but they have said that this would be eligible to be put into that category. The National Land Transport Fund is significantly oversubscribed, so I wouldn't put a bet on it.
Thank you.
Could I just add to that, the prioritisation of the projects, we haven't seen what the prioritisation methodology for the new 27 to 2030 program will be. So until that comes, it was made available, we have no idea where it might stack up against projects nationally.
Thank you.
I'll just make an observation, and maybe Steph may not, I might get a call later on. So the benefit I see in the approach staff have taken to this is that it forms part of the overall Unit 1 package, which is our most significant contract in our whole network, and this is a fraction of the cost of that overall contract. Our bid to NZTA will be based on the network of Dunedin, and so there is an opportunity for us to discuss how that supports the overall network, and as a sum in terms of the total commitment we're asking in terms of co-funding, it's not an item that really should draw a lot of focus when we are talking about the overall quantum of that Unit 1. So the structure of it supports a good conversation with NZTA, and we know that the new minister is more supportive of public transport, so I would hope that there are some constructive conversations to have, and I think the way the team have structured the contract will support those conversations.
Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Robertson. And that's a very good lead. Thank you to the next question. I hadn't thought about it because the chair has foreshadowed motion. How does the Saturday and Sunday service from Roo, as put into this, work with the total package being provided in Unit 1? And would that change it substantially, taking it out or taking it out and leaving it out?
So the structure of these new services is that on weekdays they are an extra trip on the timetable. On weekends they're an extension of the first trip of the day and last trip of the day. It's not an enormous difficulty to reduce it. It just means that a bus will be operated from Palmerston rather than on the road, so there's no technical obstacles, I don't think.
But if you're setting up a service with potentially an Oamaru based driver, you may be running an empty bus to Palmerston to get on.
So it would have to be operated by a driver based in Palmerston if there was no weekend service. There will also be drivers based in Palmerston, so it'll just be a bit of a change in the balance of the work between those drivers, I think.
Could I just because this is part of the same question, confirm that I've asked what the difference financially and things would be, and I understand the position to be that during the week dropping a day doesn't make as much difference as you think because you've got dead running because you're using the bus in town during the day.
Yep.
Whereas in the weekend it's a separate bus and it's separate timetables and things, and it would just, if we didn't have it on the weekends, it would be 2/7 less cost essentially than whereas a weekday one wouldn't have that sort of effect.
There's the answer. There's the answer we gave. possibly 2/7 is actually a slight overestimate, just thinking that timetable, because the bus is still running from Palmerston to Dunedin. So the difference is only en route to Palmerston, not the whole trip. So maybe that 2/7 that we gave you on reflection is a slight overestimate of that difference. I would say.
One of the benefits of the bus, or the reason that the price is reasonably competitive, very competitive, is that bus is going to be used in Dunedin during the week, during the day. And so if you're not running it every day during the week, it still has to travel from Oamaru to Dunedin to be used. In the weekend, it's not performing that function. So the bit that you're taking away is Palmerston to Oamaru and back, but the Dunedin to Palmerston service still runs.
Councillor Robertson.
Just trying to weigh up whether it's a good idea to decide at this point not to do weekend services. Obviously the previous paper has some numbers around Saturdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the Saturday does seem to quite often be more numbers than the Tuesday. So sometimes is, sometimes isn't. But do we know enough about usage in the weekend to think that we're better to just go with weekdays at this time, or is the flexibility useful to be retained to figure out what the next step is rather than just cut it off?
So we know what the shuttle delivers, and we also know that public transport is most successful when it's regular and reliable. So our position was 7 days, and that's why that's in the paper. There is an argument that there's cost savings if you run it 5 days, but that's a decision for you. So we don't know. We think if we run it 7 days, that gives us an opportunity to understand whether that is the right frequency, but that is the decision for you.
Councillor Somerville.
The $100,000 cost will of course be offset by fare revenue, and you refer to this in paragraphs 31 and 32. Is it possible to give us any idea of the likelihood of the size of that offset and what would be left unbudgeted, or is that too difficult to estimate?
We've made an attempt in paragraph 32. So around about 31 adult fares a day, full adult fares at $10.
And if we met, so just to clarify, if we met that number, that amount of usage, then there would be no actual net cost in running this service to the ORC. Thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Gillespie.
Is any consideration being given as to if the recommendations as put were adopted about how we would monitor it, and whether there's any thought been given to a hard review process to see how it's going, how it's running? Obviously, we get a chance for the next annual plan to include it there. Is there any consideration given to how we might monitor it to make sure that it is achieving what it's set out to do, and it could be because it needs to be more or less?
Yeah, absolutely. So if this is approved, we'd anticipate that would form part of the LTP conversation, and that would enable us to decide whether it goes into the bid and what the structure and timetable would look like, or we recommend it doesn't continue because it's not supported.
So the key thing is that if we were to adopt the recommendations that are there today, it wouldn't set it in stone. We have the chance to review and to change as required. Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, I'm just mulling over the, I'm sure, well-intentioned suggestion of the chair, but if we don't do the 7-day service and we only go to 5, wouldn't we then be in the situation of never knowing whether there would be uptake for the other 2 days? And so in my mind, would I be right in saying that actually doing the 7 days in the first instance would give us a feel for across a calendar year, how much is the Saturday and Sunday going to be utilised, and we could make a decision at a later date as to whether those savings should be made to reduce it, or actually our concern around the 5 days now actually is going to grow because once the service is in place, it would be used.
Yes.
Yep. Long question, so short answer. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm.
The proposal, as I understand it, from extending the Palmerston service, so the bus will for Saturday for the weekend. So the bus will initially start in Dunedin.
Yeah, and Oamaru.
I would start in Oamaru and go that way.
Yep, and continue from Palmerston.
Down through.
Yep.
Right. And the timing of that, I'm just trying to grab, for all the sensational things that happen in the Waitaki district, I'm just trying to grab some Dunedin people to come up and spend their money there. So that's my rationale behind that. So your schedule, that bus will not return until later in the day on the Saturday.
Yeah,
that sort of time frame.
Yeah, that's correct. We have designed the service with reference to the intercity, because people can get from Dunedin to Oamaru and back in a day. And the gap this fills is that you can't get from Oamaru back to Dunedin in a day. So that has to be the first priority. However, we do certainly see the value of those reverse trips as well.
So, but I've also got an option there to grab an intercity and then still use our service. Either way, I want to use that. So
yeah, if you don't want to be there all day because it's a long day in Dunedin, so then there is the option to take our bus one way and the intercity bus the other way if you don't want to be in Dunedin quite so many hours.
Yeah. So, and I could take a bus from Dunedin to attend an event, say on a Saturday night, and then catch the bus home if I'm up in time back to Dunedin.
Yeah, depends on the event, I guess.
Thanks, Jack.
Can we assume that the reason why the shuttle hasn't decided to do Sunday is that they don't consider the demand for Sunday is there, and I'm getting a nod, and that's therefore an indication to respond to Councillor Kelleher's question. Is that, I mean, we already do know a lot, which was what the trial was partly about, as to whether people would use that, and we know why they use the service, don't we? Because quite often it's shopping and appointments which aren't happening in a weekend. So you can understand that. I'm just saying, don't we have some information about that already?
So the shuttle obviously designed their schedule around what demand they have. What I would say is this is a fundamentally different service in the transport space to a community shuttle. So we're anticipating different people as well as some of the same people might use this. So we just don't know what a public transport service in a weekend might look like.
And do we have any suggestion that would tell us when you say consistency is good because people know that it's there all the time or whatever? Would that apply between the weekends and the weekdays? I mean, they're completely different services, surely.
In general, probably Saturdays probably aren't that different to weekdays, except for weekdays have a peak, where Saturdays don't have a peak. So the all-day demand on Saturdays is similar. Sundays are lower than Saturdays by a noticeable amount, but it's not half as much. It might be 80% as much demand. So so in terms of our general demand across all our services, there is obviously a difference on Sunday, but it's not overwhelmingly different. Which is a bit of a here or there little comment, but that would be the best of our guess without having the exact knowledge.
We have different timetables in the weekend.
Yes.
So when you say it's 80% of the demand, it's not 80% of the weekday scheduled service demand.
And that's why the comparisons are difficult.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm just intrigued where this conversation's going. So, and I appreciate the volunteers did the shuttle and therefore they did what they could do, and it was a huge contribution. The Sunday one I would expect to be less than anywhere as it is in Otago. The question I've really got is about the people that we're not talking about, which is the children in Oamaru who may want to get to Dunedin and can't otherwise, because they really can't use the weekday service, can they?
Holidays, yes.
Except for holidays. And so if we did the trial 7 days a week, would we be able to work out what the usage were by young people? And how do we ensure that we can capture that detail well in an easy way? Because I appreciate that the cards haven't been necessarily given us the data that we wanted at every level. Is there any way of ensuring that over the trial we can get the detail about especially children and the usage in weekends or not?
No, we do have that level of detail through the VCAT system, so we do capture and report that. So yes.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, just was Dor. So with this trial, we've had some pretty good communications around our community about that we're trying to get the service underway and it's being promoted at a level. I assume that the ORC comms team, which has been doing some good work, will actually explode this communication to show if this is adopted that those services will be present.
There will definitely be a supportive comms campaigns.
Thank you. And with that, Chair, I would like to move all three recommendations as they are.
Second that.
Option one. I'll move to see if there's any enthusiasm. An amendment to 2, which would put a comma after 2026 and then starting with a Monday to Friday service. Have I a seconder for my amendment? Okay, then. The point to me, just since I'm not going to get a chance to speak to this, would be that today we've got an opportunity of respecting Oamaru and the trouble they've been through to get to this point and providing them with a bus service. If there is a point at which we say the weekend bus service isn't used much, we want not to have it, that leaves the Oamaru people with it. You're cutting one of our services. That is a much worse psychological position to be in. Here's the Otago Regional Council cutting one of our services. So that was the opportunity I was trying to provide. Build it up, start with the demand that we know it is, but no enthusiasm. That's where I was going, and I'll be saying it again if we don't have any demand for Saturdays and Sundays. Kevin.
Yeah, I'm happy to second. I don't believe. Oh, it's always, sorry, I'm already saying, sorry, speak up, sorry.
Sure. Yep. Right.
Councillor Malcolm.
Good. Gee, I've written a lot about this. The Oamaru Dunedin bus service is actually a key priority. It's a key priority in our key priority of the Otago Regional Council's regional public transport plan, and the Oamaru bus service is a critical step in achieving the regional public transport plan's priorities of improving regional connectivity. The trial has given us a clear signal that community need and support the service. Creates connectivity and choice, clearly showing value for money, and with the numbers that we're looking at and the talk that's work done around that community, it will be affordable. We have the ability, and these are all in your papers, we have the ability to begin this the service as soon as the trial ends. With supplier capacity and capability, and it supports not only Oamaru, but it supports Dunedin coming to Oamaru. And by goodness, will they be surprised when they get there. It also supports the areas in between. So it is just not just for Oamaru people. It's for, I've talked to people in Kuria that are now looking at using this service because they can drive to Kuria, get to Dunedin and back. It's also for the Naparas, for the Hamdens, the Mahinos, the Palmerstons, the Herberts, and for the whole hinterland of the Waitaki. If we look simply, and we've said we've had 11 letters of support. But I think it's critical that we look at those letters, and there's an apology from Councillor Jeremy Holding and Councillor John McCone that I received that they had not written a response, so they are fully supportive of it. So the letters of support come from Mayor Tabendale, Councillor Sven Thowning and Councillor Franz Slack, and also Dunedin Councillor Christine Geary, Sport Otago and Sport Waitaki. And really that's emphasising the need for the kids of Dunedin and both ways to use the facilities for their sporting endeavours. The Oamaru Pacific Island Trust, the Hamden Community Energy, Waitaki Multicultural Society, Oamaru Lions, Grey Power, fancy that coming from Oamaru, and the Citizens Advice Bureau, and also from the Office for Rural Communities that sees this as a critical connection between the rural centres and the big centres. So I implore you to support the service. Let's give it a crack. When it comes time, Waitaki is under pressure, but we've seen that Waitaki people are happy to pay for value for money. When there's not value for money, they don't like paying. As you'll see probably in about an hour in Oamaru, there might be a bit of a march. But in reality, when we give value for money and critical service, they are happy to pay what they should be paying and happy to support. Get the advertising going for it. Show everyone that we're supporting this district, and I'm sure that this will be a success. Thank you.
Councillor Hollier?
Thank you for the cheerleading from the Oamaru Department. Yeah, it's very good. But I'm going to vote in favour of all three points as written. Primarily because we owe it to a community, and also I think it's a great demonstration of what PT is meant to do. I do note Hillary's point, and I do ask for fair and honest exchange of information if we get to that point with the Oamaru community, that this is a commitment to a provisional service, and if you build it, they will come as the hope, and I'm sure it'll get good support. But we do need to be prudent with the expenditure that we commit to, and if we do have to make those decisions, then it's not done. But I guess foreshadowing for the foreshadow that we're there to support the community, but we do need to keep an eye on the dollars and cents. So we look forward to it being a success. And the nature of the vehicle may not be the perfect for everybody, but it will provide a service that will open up a lot of opportunities. So look forward to seeing it happen.
Councillor Noon, then Councillor Callaghan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is a natural progression to create greater connectivity across the region. Oamaru, God bless them, the first cab off the rank, literally, and good on them for rattling the cage, doing their bit and ensuring that we are well aware of the demand. We're well aware of the importance of social connection, affordability, making sure the service caters for the disability sector, etc. Yes, so it's an important step, and as Kevin said, it was an aspiration in the RPTP, and clearly that's something that we will continue to work on to serve to the best of our ability further afield across the region. But I just want to hone in on Madam Chair's thought about not having a weekend service. I can recall the Route 1 service that's been up and running for many, many years, and it was a weekday service, and it wasn't long before the locals, somewhere between north of Dunedin and Palmerston South, started to rattle the cage about a weekend service. And Councillor Wilson just alluded to the ability for school children to be able to get out and about and do things over the weekend in the bigger smoke, I think is vitally important as well. So I'm pleased that we didn't go down the pathway of cutting the weekends out, because I think it's only a matter of time if we had done that we would have heard it loud and clear that they need a weekend service as well. So I'm fully supportive of the proposal.
Councillor Kelleher, then Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, yes. I'll support the motions as they stand, and just to commend the community for the efforts I've gone through so far. I think what we can now put in place is a service that it really is up to them now to support. And just on Madam Chair's well-intentioned proposal, we don't know how this is going to be supported, and I don't think we should be second guessing who and will use the service over the weekends. And young Zane, who came and spoke so well to us today, there could be opportunities for him over the weekend that aren't available over the week. So look, I'm happy to support it and commend the Oamaru community for the effort so far.
Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to support this, but I do want a really big word of caution, because while we're funding 1 year, we haven't bedded it into the long-term plan, and we need to make sure that that messaging is really clear in Oamaru. Because if it isn't picked up by NZTA, it will be a huge ask, and the data will be the data that we collect. We've made this decision today on the basis of the data you guys have collected to date, but the test will be for the long-term service, use it or lose it. And I think that's a message to everyone in Oamaru and Dunedin, if they wish to use the service, because if we don't get NZTA funding, or if the NZTA don't see the business case on this trial. And so the reason I'm saying it is, in many ways, I wish that we were putting in the first motion something to the extent till the end of June 2027, because after that we will know those things. And the reason I'm making a point of it is, please, the messaging has to be that this isn't locked and loaded forever. It is, and totally appreciating where the chair was going with her comment, she is correct in that it isn't a service past that date until we can be really sure what's in the long-term plan, and where NZTA are. So this is a yes for now, and hopefully for good, but it is use it or lose it is really the test.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I guess this is an example of when local government is community, and we're one, and we do the best on behalf of our people, and we do need to give this our absolute best shot. And to do that, we need to support this. The people of Waitaki have been supporting us really strongly. Today we've got a lot of people here who've joined us, who've taken time off work or at their own cost, come all the way down to Dunedin, which is really actually pretty expensive when you think about it, and a big imposition on their days. But not only that, they've been driving people voluntarily to Dunedin for quite some time, for everyone's benefit. So yeah, we've thanked those people already. To Zane, who spoke today as well, that was really big. And it's always brave to come to a public forum. So, and Mr. Gooden too for coming and doing that. That's really awesome. It's time for us to actually give back a wee bit as well. And it's not, this isn't an imposition, because actually this is money that has come from ratepayers. Ratepayers have actually been paying for public transport through an Otago-wide rate as well. So, actually it's time to get that connectivity happening, and we need to give it a really good shot together. So it's not just asking people to get on that bus, it's about us ensuring that we're advertising this really well, we're getting out there in the community is Dunedin, and all the way through to Oamaru and those other places that might drive there as well, as you mentioned, Councillor Malcolm. So for us, that's a big job for us too, to make sure we're reaching people, having those conversations, saying, hey, look, this is happening, it's pretty exciting. You can go to Oamaru for the day and meet, catch up with family. Or for my mum, she'd love to go play Scrabble with her friends in Oamaru, and she'll be on that bus for sure. So that it's going to be really good. But yeah, we've also known through many studies internationally that reliability factor is part of success as well. So we need to ensure that to give it the best shot, we are doing those 7 days and learning from it as best we can. And as others have mentioned as well, we're learning not just on behalf of this route and those areas, we're learning for all of Otago as we implement something like this. So it's actually really important that we do give it our best shot. And it's really good value for money too, I think. It's actually not a lot of money. So yeah, I think it's really something we want to get behind. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I'm very pleased where it looks as though we're going to be able to support all the people in our communities between Oamaru and Dunedin with this proposal. I'll also note it's a contribution to our emissions reduction effort. If we can take a whole lot of fossil fuel vehicles off the road and replace them with one electric bus, that is a very good thing. I also, just referring to paragraph 15, really like to commend our staff for their forethought when the Unit 1 contract was retendered in 2025 for including this provisional item in that. That was extremely good thinking. Thank you.
Just a brief comment from me. Feels like it's going to a yes, and that's because Oamaru people want to come to Dunedin. I just say that in the beginning of thinking about amalgamation things. Where is your community of interest? We welcome you. And the other thing I'd like to say is you don't need to be grateful that we are allowing you to have your own money back. This is your money, and it will be a targeted rate lot of money if it continues, and you can involve yourself in the long-term plan processes. But you shouldn't need to feel grateful that we've done this for you. This is your money, and this is us listening to, trying to fit that into our plans. No further debate?
Want to reply?
Yes.
Without getting off topic, Waitaki is part of Otago, and I'll leave that statement, and that should never change. Look, my only, and it's not a matter of caution, but this, if this is successful today, this is not the end of the work that needs to be done to ensure that it's successful ongoing. And with the support that we have from Mayor Tavendale, Councillor Thownen, Councillor Slack, Councillor McCone, Councillor Holding, we need those people as part of the Waitaki powerhouse to actually start promoting it as well, because it is a service for their whole district. So we will need, as a community in the Waitaki, to get behind this service and ensure that it does continue and supports the people that it needs to support. Councillors, I implore you to support this, and let's get this service going and have a crack. Thank you.
Right, I'll put the motions. All those in favour?
Aye.
And against? Carried.
Then.
Great day.
We're all legends, my book.
Moving on to fee structure review 9.3, which continues our transport's theme of the moment. You're wanting to second this next?
I was just going to introduce it.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the highlight of 3 parts about public transport conversation is going to end up with discussion and find out more information about the proposal to consult on the structures of fares. And I emphasise the word structures, and I'll leave it to Anita and team to address it further. Thank you.
I'm just going to repeat what I said for the last 2. We'll just take the paper as read. You have had a briefing on the capping in zones. It is an extension of work in the RPTP. I'm already lying, I'm talking to it. But we are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Again, Jack and Robin are the technical nous behind this work, and Jack in particular has done the modelling that supports a range of different options.
Any questions? Anyone like to move?
Oh, questions first. Yeah,
Councillor Malcolm.
I'm just, on two things, on the capping, what exercise have we done if by capping we don't generate any more patronage, what that will do to our revenue? I just didn't quite understand it in the paper, but I may have missed it.
Yep. So I mean, it's reasonably hard to make projections of that response, but we can make a reason neutral position, which is we can make a reason neutral model, which is that about under the 2 daily and 10 weekly cap, that about 7 or 8% of current trips would be free under that cap, and so that's a pretty straightforward calculation on a current fare. It's just 20 cents on the current fare would pay the difference. So that's why we want to frame that's why we want to frame the public consultation as this worth 20 cents.
Thank you. And further that, if we are relating, and I'm just going to announce the figure that I was thinking of, so it's probably good that they've gone. So when we look at setting the fare into this new service that we've just approved, and because it is not NZTA funded, I have a concern, like the $10 fare to me, and looking at all the data that we have had on it, is there an ability for us to charge more for the people that can afford it and have a concession rate in for those people that have to use the service, i.e. they're either on a community service card or they have to come to Dunedin for a hospital appointment?
Yep. So that is the principle under which our concessions operate, and we obviously do have a community concession of 50% that's government funded and would achieve that. It may be that some people don't have that concession loaded, or may not be getting their entitlements on those concessions. But that is the underlying structure, that there will be a 50% off for Community Connect users and the usual 40% off for people under 18 and all the rest. So all from that $10.
So for me, that can afford $15 each way, I'm just saying that I could pay that, so therefore it would be $15 each way for those with the means to do it. What you'd be taking 40% off for a community card. 34, yeah, you're taking 20, so it's back to $18.
Yep.
And this,
they're set as a percentage, so it's not as in the child fare and the Connect fare. So it's a percentage of the full fare, regardless of where that sits.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, I'm just saying if we set that fare at $15 each way, but I've got a community services card, it would be $18
correct
both ways. And I just simply say that on the information that we've been given, and especially donations they're getting from people now, of well over $40, $50 to support the service. So
yeah,
thanks, Jack.
Councillor Noon, have you something to say?
Not publicly, no.
That's pretty good, so it probably was public.
You're late.
Further questions?
Just one point to Kevin's, and I think this comes back to the question that was, or the commentary that was asked towards the end of the last paper, is the communications package to support any new services we put in, particularly the processes around getting your concessions becomes absolutely critical. So people have the right system and the right cards loaded on the B cards, and so that communications package that goes for all of our services, but is particularly relevant if we're establishing a new service, for example.
Councillor Hollier and then Councillor Wilson.
Just want to touch base on the cash provision. What's the trend looking like with the change to multi-move around the country? Is cash going to be accepted in most other PT places, or what's the consistency going to look like?
Yes, so we have about 5% as the numbers, as high as 5% cash transactions in some parts of the network. A lot of these transactions will be shifted over to bank card payments, but a minority of them may have some more difficulties.
So lots of other councils haven't considered this yet. So no. So it's still coming through it, I think, just because the rollout of multi-movers over quite a number of months and years. But I understand ECAN are going to retain cash, and I think each PTA will consider it as they go through.
Councillor Wilson. Well, two questions. The first one, maybe three. So we've got $15 as the example that Kevin was used, but on the fare, it's 10. Yes, sorry, thank you. I thought I was misreading something. I just wanted to check that it was 10. I'm still concerned about the 10 trips, no concession in Dunedin, and 6 trips on the longer ones you get 4.
Yep.
And we did discuss this. Does this reflect the way that this is done elsewhere?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does. People traveling long. If you're taking a lot of 2-kilometre bus trips, you could find yourself taking 20 or 30 trips in a week. If you're taking 60-kilometre bus trips, you're probably only taking a handful in a week. So the caps need to be a bit graduated. So the vast majority of Dunedin would be under a 10-trip cap, if that's the proposal. But some of the long trips there'd be more dollars, but less proportionately.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And the only one is if we've got an NZTA unfunded route en route to Palmerston, does community service discounts, we would apply them, but we wouldn't get the money back? I mean, I presume, because
Timing doesn't apply.
So Robin's just saying both those concessions are pre-allocations, they're bulk funding.
The community.
they're bulk, same as Silver Gold, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay, but so we didn't really make that decision in the last paper, but underlying that is that if they're loaded and done correctly, the B card, with the community service card, they will get that discount on that trip, even and the book. Okay, thank you. And that's all been part of that. Yes, thank you. Councillor Malcolm?
Chair, I want to know the procedure to change zone 5 to $15, but ensuring that we have the correct communications that are in fact for the community service card, it will be $18.
So we were just having a quick discussion. The fares aren't set, so that would be something that we could come back to through the final recommendation.
Yeah, let's go with the communications. Yeah, that's cool. That's right.
Just clarify, you're asking, Ken, so you're asking and sorry, I need to make this question, but in the material we send out to consult on, you would like 15 to be the fare for zone 5, or you're comfortable to leave it?
I'm comfortable to leave it as, but I'd rather to make sure the material we send out clearly identifies that, in fact, that $20 will be 40% less, which so it'll be only 12, or it'll only be a $12 trip. Yeah, that's the part that's
certainly noting, it was very clear at the briefing, the importance that all of the councillors present at that briefing were putting on the communications material and how clear that will need to be to get good engagement through this process. So that's been well noted by the team and also the communications team who will support it.
Have we any reason to think that the people who are using cash in the meantime are the most, I'm going to say vulnerable, but maybe that spreads the idea of where I'm going to, such as that if you don't let them use cash, then the very people who we most would want to access public transport can't use it, is it?
Least likely to submit.
And haven't got the internet and aren't going to submit.
Yeah.
Anecdotally, that's what we understand to be the case. There may be people that don't engage with the consultation that have less access to internet, less access to bank cards and things like that.
We do through our consultations have the ability to consult or speak to a lot of the advocacy groups that support those groups within the community. So that's certainly something that we can pick up and ensure we do our best to reach those groups who can speak on behalf of people who might not be able to access the internet in the consultation. So that list we hold because we do that on other occasions. So it would be part of this process as well.
Councillor Gardner.
I've probably missed it in the papers, but just picking up on Madam Chair's question. Do we have a percentage of cash transactions?
Yeah, it's approximately 5%. It's a little bit higher in Queenstown, particularly the tourist areas in Queenstown for obvious reasons. A little bit lower in Dunedin, but still 3 to 5 to 6%, depending on where you are.
Thank you.
I'm just comfortable to move it if the people.
Moved councillor Malcolm.
Follier needs,
Seconded
I'm comfortable.
councillor Hollier.
And I just wonder if I could move it with a slight alteration and put $15 into zone 5.
Oh, they didn't need to put everything else in.
If I had a seconder for that. If I haven't, I'm happy to.
I'll second that as a.
Yeah.
Technically, I don't know where that goes with the seconding process. Or do we move that first and see in that?
Yeah.
Let's move that amendment.
I'll withdraw the first motion and put
the amendment first.
Put the amendment.
First, yeah.
Which I'll second.
Can I just clarify then, so we get clear direction for staff, and Anita might be about to jump in with some. I just wonder, can we just take 5 minutes? Chair? Just this, there's some flow and effects of changing that one box, so it'd be best for us just to understand that, so we're very clear of what council are then voting on, if that's okay. But we don't need 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You need to just move.
Moving an adjournment for 5 minutes. Second, Matt. All those in favour? Aye. Carried.
Yeah,
Yeah, on reflection, Chair, I withdraw my motion or my amendment and wish to move the motions that are on our paper, or try to reopen.
Right, which are seconded by councillor Hollier.
Yeah, that's 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, any debate? Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. I will be supporting these. I really look forward to the public consultation on with our communities on these issues, because we'll hear what they have to say, and then this will come back to us again. I'm also in particular really pleased to see simple zone options here, because allowing for those zones will enable us to move much more effectively into further regional public transport, and that's really important. And the first example, of course, being the Dunedin Oamaru service we've already dealt with today. Thanks.
Councillor Noon.
With regards to zones and capping and removing cash, I mean, I haven't got a strong view at this point on either of those three topics, but it would be a great opportunity to get feedback from the community. But I sort of see it as a maturing of our passenger transport service when we're actually spending time drilling down into these different areas to try and get a better system for all concerned, a better system that reflects the dollar value in terms of, you know, trips going further afield than the CBD are obviously worth more to run and all the rest of it. So yeah, looking forward to the feedback and looking forward to the ability to make a final decision after the consultation.
Councillor Hollier.
Yep, I'm pleased to see it seems to be a good sentiment of support that Consult has written, and particularly around the fare capping and the certainty that that can provide, especially in my community with the changes in the MOE and the school bus services and that sort of carry on. I think some certainty around families for their budgeting and being able to ensure that people can move to and fro for their work, recreation and general activities would be great. I think that's an opportunity, and I also know that with the data that's available and the tracking through the B card stuff, that there's an opportunity for us to really understand exactly what it's done from a market feedback point of view. So I think there's good ways we can use the data to help us make good decisions in due course. Thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Wilson.
I'm very supportive of the concept and the everything, and welcome it. I think I'm slightly concerned or don't understand exactly how they undertake the consultation is going to be rolled out and that response back to the councillors. And I appreciate, in many ways, I wish I thought earlier and wanted to have a panel, because I think that, or as long as the portfolio leads are at and understand that consultation, maybe that's how it's going to work. But I don't quite understand, and I should have asked that question, because the discussions and the information you can get by having submissions and discussion around that is key in us understanding how the service is going to be used.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, look, thanks very much for the staff. And
sorry, this is your right of reply.
Yes, it is. Yep. Yeah, thanks very much for the staff for indulging my possible variations and your understanding of those figures. So thank you very much indeed. Look, it is great to see us introducing or trying to introduce something that is very uncomplicated. It supports our emission reductions, hopefully encourages greater patronage, because that's what we're all about. And again, it's the continuing path of good consultation from the Otago Regional Council. So thanks for the paper, and let's get on with it and get it out to the people and see what they say.
Right. The motion's being moved and seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, there's no. Sorry, yes. No recommendation. No decision.
You're in the hard place. Yes. Since you've, as our Chief Executive says, a reward for being efficient, we have now 45 minutes for a lunch break. Might I suggest to you that you engage with the paper that will be first on the agenda this afternoon at 1 o'clock, which is the regional policy statement. And you have been forwarded a letter from Minister Bishop, and you have to hand legal advice, and we'll move on to that paper just after lunch. So
Try and do it now.
yeah,
Tom's not here.
not sure enough, and we haven't got Simon here. So Simon says what he's got in his report, and we'll address that after lunch. So thank you, people. We're moving well, and my apologies if I'm shutting people down when they still have further things to say.
Move by adjourn.
Second. All those in favour?
I am.
On the contrary, carried. Back at 1. Right, back into our meeting for this afternoon and moving on to 9.4, described as the approval to make the proposed Otago Regional Council Policy Statement 2021 operative. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I think I described this as being a very long marathon last time, that we hadn't quite got to the awards ceremony. Today, I hope, is the awards ceremony where we've finished and completed everything and even got the support or the understanding of government that this is the process to be followed. And so it's the decision day to adopt the result of a huge amount of work, both on the staff part and the community and the resources they've put into it to finish a very long process. So, but and Simon is here to give us some good counsel.
So thank you, Councillor Wilson. Much like the previous papers, we weren't intending to speak to this. We do have Fleur, myself and Simon, plus some of the staff that worked on the IPS available if you have any questions to answer.
We might want to, Councillor Gardner.
Just need to declare a conflict. I submitted on this, so I'll be stepping back from anything.
Thank you. Just saying that we've got not only the previous paper that we brought along here, but we've also got the advantage at this point of some legal advice, which is a report that is a written version of Simon Says. And we've also got a letter from Minister Bishop. How wide is that? That's public. Yeah. I'm just thinking that I might just read this out because it isn't in the public domain at this point. It says, I understand that at a recent meeting with Honourable Simon Watts, in his capacity as Minister of Local Government, you sought to understand if government ministers opposed the proposal to adopt the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021. There is no statutory role for government ministers related to the proposal. A decision to make the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021 operative is a council decision to take. As you are aware, incoming system reform will limit the lifespan of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021. However, until the new system is in place, councils are required to progress their work under the current law. Thank you for reaching out and seeking our feedback on this matter. Yours sincerely. So I just thought it was useful to have that in the public domain.
And whenever it's appropriate, I'm happy to move as per the order paper.
Have we questions?
Happy to second.
I think Michael's trying to find this.
Councillor Laws.
Thank you. Can I ask some questions, please? I presume this is of the legal representative we have here. Can I take you to page 35, please, 36 and 37 of the porks? Let me know when you're there.
Which version, tracked or untracked?
Didn't know that there was an untracked. The one that I've been provided with for the last council meeting. So it's my 35. Oh, sorry, it'll be your page 7, 8 and 9. But it's on my page 35. But your page 7, 8 and 9, the headline is How the Policy Statement Works.
I'm not looking at the same version. I'm not looking at the same version as you. Which provision are we trying to get to?
Just be with us 1 minute, councillor Royce, while we get to where you are.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Page 8.
Right.
There.
Contract.
Found it. I had found it.
Carry on, Michael.
You got it?
Yes.
Oh. A couple of questions. The first is figure 1. Position of the regional policy statement within the resource management planning framework. Right at the top of that is Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Can you explain why that's there?
Yes. So, if you consider Section 8 of the Resource Management Act.
Yes, I've looked at that.
Which is the provision which says that the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi are to be taken into account. In this diagram, the treaty is being treated as a foundational document. You could also describe it as a constitutional document. It creates obligations between the Crown and mana whenua. And then you have the Crown making legislation. In this case, the Resource Management Act. And so I would expect that is why Te Tiriti is at the top of that diagram, but I would not read any particular effect or meaning into that, other than that it's a graphical representation of the instruments that are being dealt with in context of making a regional policy statement.
The Treaty of Waitangi is not part of the New Zealand Constitution Act, is it? And it's not a constitutional document of this country, is it?
I don't know that I'd agree with that.
Well, it's just stating the law. The Treaty of Waitangi Act, the Treaty of Waitangi has no particular legal status unless it is granted that status by legislation. The Treaty of Waitangi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we in debate or are we in question? Are we in debate or are we in questions?
We're in questions.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Councillor Wilson.
The point of today is.
Sorry, somebody answer my question.
I'm happy to answer the question. So,
Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson has a point of order.
The paper is to accept or not the document. It isn't to go and integrate and to look at every clause. That was done already through mediation process, which we okayed a long, long time ago. All we can consider today is the section 17. And the reason the questions should be on the order paper today is debating whether we shall or shall not accept. And that is surely the limit of our questions. We've already cut short our questioning of people today on really important matters that were in scope. And yet we're now going out of scope for matters that have already been litigated. And I would like you to decide on that.
I
speak to point of order?
I don't think so, Michael, but I don't think that that's out of scope of what we're dealing with today. I will allow the question.
So the comment or the proposition just put that the performance of the Crown's obligations under Treaty of Waitangi is something that is given meaning in specific provisions in legislation which the Crown or Parliament passes is the conventional wisdom. And so, for example, in the Local Government Act, there is a Treaty of Waitangi section, which says this is how the treaty is going to be dealt with in this legislation. And that was the subject of the Hart case, which is part of the advice that's been given. In the Resource Management Act, you have Section 8 and other provisions, which are exactly as you have said, Parliament stating as law, this is how we are dealing with the Treaty of Waitangi in context of the Resource Management Act. There is a proposition that is sometimes put, and which was put in the Hart case, which was a question asked of me and included in the advice, which is that organisations like local authorities have separate independent treaty obligations. That was not decided by the court, and has in a number of cases not been decided by the court on the basis, exactly as Councillor Laws has just said, when Parliament spells out in legislation, this is how we deal with the treaty in context of this legislation, that is the law, and there is no need to go beyond it and look for an independent treaty obligation on the part of a council, for example.
Okay, so it's just that I'm saying that it shouldn't have primacy on page 7. The Resource Management Act is what this regional policy statement is made under. Is that correct?
So, sorry, you're talking about the diagram that we were just discussing?
No, but I'm asking the question. Is this regional policy or provisional Otago regional policy statement made under the legislation of the Resource Management Act of 1991?
Yes, it is.
And it is not made under any sections of the Treaty of Waitangi Act of 1975?
No, it's not.
So again, I'm questioning why Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which isn't an act, is there.
Well, most of the things in there.
I think you've probably answered that.
All right.
Simon, I don't think you probably
All right.
any further.
If I can take you then to page, if I could take you then to page 8, the section headlined Partnership Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Kaitahu. Is it your understanding that that section is the Otago Regional Council's interpretation of its obligations under the Treaty of, in taking into account Section 8 of the Resource Management Act, which is to take into account the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi? I'll just repeat that again. The Resource Management Act of 1991 requires the Otago Regional Council under Section 8 to take into account the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Is that section on page 8 a unique interpretation or the unique interpretation of the Otago Regional Council?
Do you mean applying Section 8 solely?
Correct.
Then in that case, the answer is no. Section 8 is relevant to that section, but there are also provisions in the Resource Management Act which provide for recognition of things like iwi agreements. There are separate obligations which the council has in terms of the Local Government Act, and there are agreements between this council and others and iwi to work together in things like developing planning instruments. So with those qualifications, I would characterise this statement as being a statement of how Otago Regional Council has developed this regional policy statement involving iwi as it's required to, and to meet its obligations under the Resource Management Act and agreements that it has with iwi, which are required to be recognised under the Resource Management Act, by the way.
Yes, so I assume you're referring to page section 62. So that then leads to the next issue, is there's on the second bullet point on the same section, it says and I acknowledge that it's a local dialect spelling. Recognising the important role of mataraka in natural resource management. For the purposes of clarity, can you tell me where mataraka are defined in this document?
No, I can't off the top of my head.
So what is it?
Would somebody else like to have a crack at that one?
I can tell you that it's referenced in a number of places in the regional policy statement. And if the question is what does it mean, it could generally be described as knowledge or knowledge system. And I would just note that what's described there is something that Kaitahu has identified as a key issue, which is simply being described on the page that we're looking at as an issue that's been raised by Kaitahu, which needs to be brought into account.
So can I ask then, if we haven't defined what mataraka is in this particular document, and it is going to be used for the point and purpose of planning and making decisions, where would a decision maker go to understand what their roles are to do with mataraka under this provisional Otago regional policy statement?
Like many things, in situations where mataraka is relevant, you would often see expert evidence being provided in the specific context of whatever it happens to be that the decision maker is considering.
So I'm presuming that given that we are recognising in here the important role of mataraka in natural resource management and imposing this responsibility upon all decision makers in the region, then all decision makers will need to go outside of this document to consult as to find out what mataraka actually means for their point and purpose. Is that correct?
No, it's not.
Okay, then what is it?
Because what you are looking at is a passage which lists issues which have been raised by Kaitahu and how those issues are in fact dealt with in the regional policy statement requires an examination of the specific objectives, policies and methods which have effect. It is the objectives, policies and methods which direct how decision makers are going to have to go about tasks under this regional policy statement.
Can I just also add, it is defined, it is set out, Kaitahu's interpretation of mataraka is set out on page 59 of the RPS.
If you could focus on what the most important remaining issue you have is with questions, that would be helpful, Michael.
Sure. Can I take you to page 136 and 137? Well, in actual fact, it's LF, the left, and 134 to 137 will be fine. The land and freshwater section. It's headed land and freshwater to Manaro to Wai.
Yes, I'm there.
You're there, good on you. There is a section under methods. It's top of page 136. And it reads, yes. Otago Regional Council must partner with Kaitahu in freshwater management by implementing the actions in M3 and M4, actively identifying and pursuing opportunities for mana whenua to be involved in freshwater governance, including through use of available mechanisms such as transfers of functions, and then a number of other sections as well, another 4. Can you tell me what section 2 means, please? Actively identifying and pursuing opportunities for mana whenua to be involved in freshwater governance, that's the first question, including through use of available mechanisms. Does that mean that this must occur and that from henceforth there will be co-governance of fresh water in the Otago region should we adopt this paper?
No, it doesn't mean that. There are, sorry, I forget the right phrase, but the Ngāi Claims Settlement Act, this is an example of where this might be utilised, identifies areas which are of particular significance to Ngāi Tahu, and there is a defined term for that, which is just escaping me for the moment. And in terms of Resource Management Act, and indeed in terms of the proposed new legislation, those are things that must be recognised and given effect to. So when it comes to looking for an example of what might be an opportunity that could or should be pursued to use tools such as a transfer of functions, that is the sort of thing that I would envisage becoming relevant. This does not say that in all processes, in all situations, no matter what, the council is to be transferring its functions to Ngāi Tahu.
No, but it doesn't say that. I didn't say that. It said that. It's not transferring. It says must partner. So the headline across there is ORC must partner with in freshwater management by. Now, you've talked about specific assets which are covered in 1, but in 2, it doesn't make the qualification that you've made, does it? It says actively identify and pursue opportunities for mana whenua to be involved in freshwater governance. It's not an and, it's a separate clause, isn't it?
The words must partner relate to actively identifying and pursuing opportunities of the nature described in 2. So I think that means I'm agreeing with the proposition, although it wasn't crystal clear to me.
So it doesn't say, but it doesn't use the word and. It stands, yeah.
I think we need to be moving on, Michael. Are those the most important issues you've wanted questions on?
Oh no, I could be here for hours, but I'll be fine. Thanks very much.
Yes, I know, but we won't be. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Any further questions? I'm moving. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded Councillor Malcolm. Debate. Councillor Gillespie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Wilson's already said about the journey that has been undertaken to get to where we are today, and supported by the legal opinion that we've had, and the advice also from the Minister, that I would think has gone some way to address the concerns that were raised previously about whether this should be adopted or not. It seems to me that there is, despite any misgivings there might be about what the document contains, we're well past that. The document has been confirmed, and through the RMA process, which ultimately ended up in the Environment Court, and that decision has been made. To me, it makes no sense to do anything other than to adopt this regional policy statement and provide a clear framework for people that are seeking consents, in particular for various activities that require from this council, and also to guide other decision making in our territorial authorities as well. So on that basis, I see no reason for us to do anything other than to adopt the recommendations that are made, and I will support that entirely to make that happen.
Further debate. Councillor Noon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at page 6, and notification occurred in June 2021. And as Councillor Wilson said, that seems it's a long time ago since this process was triggered, and it had a number of challenges in the early stages with regards to being
totally a freshwater planning instrument. Sorry, I've got that around the wrong way. It was prepared under the freshwater planning process, part 4, schedule 1 of the RMA, and then that was challenged, and then had to be re-notified. The parts that weren't in the freshwater, nor the non-freshwater parts, had to be re-notified. Sorry, getting confused. Anyway, my point really being was that initial document that was notified and what we've got in front of us today is a different document. And the reason why it's different is that all the effort that's gone in, whether it's our staff and consultants, legal advice, but equally what has helped to get it to this point is all the submissions that have been received through this process by individuals, by various entities that put their 5 cents or more worth into a process that then considered lots of points of view, challenges to various parts of it, and what you've now got is a much better document than what was notified back in June 2021. So I really just want to acknowledge and make the point that if it wasn't for the participants, whichever side they're on, we wouldn't have the quality document that we've got today.
Right, further debate? Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, thank you. I've been in two minds about this, and I sought some advice from those who were far more heavily involved in the overall onerous, long, effort-filled process that they undertook, and got a varying response, surprisingly, from them about whether we should or shouldn't adopt today. It is, to me, this country has been evolving under previous governments, and especially in Otago, towards a less enabling position for anything that needs to happen across our region, making consent processes and planning processes harder, involving wider groups, more effort. And it worries me that adopting this is going to further embed the previous position we were endowed to, as opposed to where the government now wants to take us. And so, having weighed up all of the advice I've received, then I'm going to vote against today, and purely for the reason that I think leaving the potentially enabling position from the previous document with this one, both will be given weight, leaves a broader scope in the consent process until we see some new regulation.
Thank you. Councillor Laws.
I have two primary concerns which will ensure that I follow Councillor Kelleher in not voting for this piece of policy. The first and most important is that this piece of policy was created under an entirely different set of ideologies and national policy settings than exist today. It was, and in actual fact, you might argue that certain parts of this particular corpus are in direct opposition to the declared policy direction of the government as incorporated in the early legislation that's currently before the House and that's expected to be passed through Parliament by September of this year. It would have been advisable, sensible and clever for this government to wait until policy was settled in Wellington and then to begin properly its role of having a regional policy statement under that particular ideology. But no, this council's carried on and is manifesting the same mistake that it made under the last council when it decided to act in contravention of government policy and direction. I think this is an act of political lunacy today, and it is just simply a defiant gesture in many ways, unnecessary in the scheme of things. The second, of course, is that it does introduce a significant component of co-governance in this particular, and particularly in the management of fresh water, land and fresh water. And that's made very, very clear in the sections as to why land and fresh water should have Te Mana o Te Wai included. The incredible thing about this is that in May 2024, so what's that, over 2 years ago, the government indicated that resource consent applicants no longer needed to demonstrate their proposed activities following Te Mana o Te Wai hierarchy of obligations, and put it to one side and gave every indication that it would go. But now we are actually endorsing Te Mana o Te Wai as the primary philosophy and ideology that undergoes how we will treat land and freshwater management in the Otago region. It's made explicit in the section. In fact, it leads the section on land and freshwater. And then, of course, it says that explicitly, giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai is the quote, requires actively involving mana whenua in freshwater planning and management. And there is the element of co-governance that is baked into this PORPS. An element of co-governance of giving unelected people a role and a responsibility well beyond their cultural or their cultural interests, but in a much wider aspect of regional planning and management when it comes to fresh water. It's not simply baked into the ideology of PORPS, it's actually explicitly pointed out in the text of the document. For those two reasons, there's no way in the world that I'll be supporting this particular motion.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I think Councillor Wilson made a really good point before, that we have quite a specific legal job to do today. We can either adopt or we don't. We don't have other jobs that we can do. We're not actually here to mediate or to go through like a panel assessing every line by line. Even if we didn't adopt, what would be the outcome? We would still have two RPSs that both would need to be taken into account. So, you know, that's still going to be happening. Ideologies are not relevant. The current law is relevant, and this has been judged under the current law. It will also be judged under evolving law. So if higher order documents come through, then they will supersede this. So that's always going to be the case. And we're always going to have evolving law under different governments, under different regimes, under different ideologies, whatever. We're at a current point in time. We'll always be at a current point in time. So yeah, we're legally required to do this step today. We vote yes or no. It'll be more efficient if we have one to consider, not two to consider. And we need to have that, as I said, weighed up against the law of the day, which will always happen as well. It doesn't supersede any of that. So we're way better to go with the one, and that's where I'm at. So thanks.
Thank you. My tuppence worth today is that the time for litigating or relitigating or whatever this document has gone. It is now effectively being taken into account as the superior document, if not the completed document. And we have been advised that if we didn't confirm it, when we have an instruction that we shall confirm it, that we could be subject to legal challenge, which could well be successful. So I don't love the document either, but at this point, our decision, as Councillor Robertson has said, is do we confirm it or not? And I think we should. Right of reply? Oh, sorry, Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Mr. Anderson for your advice. and noted, and thanks for the effort put into that. I'd also particularly like to note a comment was made about our position being somewhat fanciful and objectionable to government. I think it might have been political lunacy, but I stand corrected if I've got that word wrong. But in fact, to ensure that we were not meeting the ire of government, we actually talked with the ministers, and we also requested in writing their position to ensure that the movements of the Otago Regional Council were in line with their thoughts. And you will note that the letter that we have received back on the 24th of June, and it's actually, and I'm quite familiar with this letter because it's actually addressed to me as the Deputy Chair. And if I just read you the last sentence, however, until the new system is in place, Council are required to progress their work under the current law. And the current law, from the advice that we are given, is that we should be passing this document now. Like it or hate it, that is our law at the moment that we should be doing. If we do not pass it today, we are simply what so many of my ratepayers find despicable, is that when they come into a process with any local government, is that we will be duplicating jobs. We'll simply have to refer to both policies, and this one will take precedence anyway. So, and remembering, in the very good words of Councillor Robertson, that any document that comes down, any superior document that comes down from central government under national policy statements, national directions, will actually supersede. So we need to pass this.
Right of reply, Councillor Wilson. I'll be brief, thank you. I want to again echo the words of Councillor Noon, and thanking all of the parties, including the staff, mana whenua, and the considerable effort put in by submitters to get this document right. If people wanted to save money, we should have had a resolution before our council to stop the mediation process months and months ago. We've got right to the end date. And if one wants to talk about defiant gestures, you vote no today, and that's a defiant gesture. Us going ahead with this is not. This is just business as normal. Us doing our job, respecting the work that those parties have done, respecting their investment, and making it simpler and more efficient for them to apply for consents with one system, with a complete knowledge of what it is going to be and what is going to be given effect to. It simplifies the whole process. And any legislation that comes, and possibly the regional policy statement will be outed by the reforms, well, this document will need to be changed to be consistent with anything above it at a later stage if it is inconsistent. We will, only the test of time will see whether it is inconsistent. At present, it is not.
Right, did we want a division or? Right. The motion's put a division.
Councillor Gardner.
She's not
sorry.
taking that.
We're taking all these in one.
You're abstained. Councillor Gillespie.
Aye.
Councillor Hollier.
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher.
No.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Aye.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Calvert.
Yes.
Motion has passed. 8 in favour, 2 against, 1 abstained.
One missing.
And 1 absent. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon.
Moving on to 1.2, supplementary agenda. South Dunedin future, 3 proposed adaptation futures. Should have put it under something, shouldn't we?
It's you.
Councillor Robert.
Hey, yes. Oh. Just, oh, sorry. Just, yeah, really wanted to welcome along our team today. Welcome to Jonathan Rowe in particular. And I just, without further ado, in short, today's decision is about moving from the technical investigation and option development into community discussion and feedback, ensuring the next step of this important program is informed by both evidence and the people most affected by the future decisions. Today's report marks a step in the South Dunedin Future Program. Over several years, councils together with community have worked together to better understand the long-term hazard risks facing South Dunedin and the options available to respond to them. A clear pathway was agreed and adopted by councils and milestone steps along the way. A promise to community to address and make progress on this most significant issue affecting human fundamentals of home, neighbourhood and connection. Today is one of those outlined steps. It's about preparing for genuine conversation with communities, about shoring up a future for South Dunedin, a good one. I want to recognise and welcome, Jonathan, who I mentioned before, who's leading this really important work for councils and community, and just really want to sincerely thank you for the way in which you've been going about that on behalf of communities. Not an easy task, but an incredibly important one, and we need you in that role. So thank you very much. You've got some fantastic skills. Can't wait to hear from you in a moment. Councils are committed to this, and we today are not going to be making decisions on future land use, infrastructure or implementation. They're going to be part of future decisions. So it's not about that. It's not about locking in an option. It's about options, and it's about talking to people. It's about, as councils though, deciding have we got the information here? Have we got it in the right format? How are we going into that next step well prepared? You've got a whole lot of papers there in front of you as part of that. So that's really the decision today. You've got a number of technical reports. You've also got an economic assessment of the proposed futures. And so our task is to determine whether we're at where we're at in the program. Along with the other key work and reports that has gone on, we're at that step now where we can go out to community and do that step that we've promised them already through adopting that program. So over to you, Jonathan and Tom and Jean-Luc and Anita.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you've covered it essentially. So this has been a long process. Obviously, we're about 80% of the way through. So essentially the decision we're seeking today from council is to note and endorse the work to date and approve the team to go up for consultation. As the councillor mentioned, it's not making any decisions yet around particular investment or land use. Rather, it's enabling us to go out and have a sort of formal consultation with the community about that. There's further stages where we would bring that back, analyse that feedback, and use that to inform development of a preferred option, an overall adaptation master plan for South Dunedin, and probably most importantly, it allows us to it gives us a clear direction on what steps we take next in terms of how that might inform the council's long-term plan processes and how we can crack on into building infrastructure, having conversations around land use and property and other things. Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
Mute, Michael.
Councillor Lund, Russell Lund, appeared before us today in the public forum section. And he made a couple of quite serious allegations that I wonder if you could address for me, please. The first is that he said that the consultation and the process by which it was or the public consultation up until date had been dominated by university and green types, and that the lack of input from locals in terms of numbers participating was considerable. And the second was that one of the options that is not being consulted on, which essentially is to start quite significant and interventionist engineering options, had been put to one side primarily because of the cultural objections of Ngāi Tahu. Could you comment on those two, please?
Yes, so we've done a lot of consultation and community engagement over the last 5 years. We've talked to a wide range of groups, community groups, individuals, some conversations with the University of Otago as well. So there's a broad range. I would certainly not characterise that as any particular political leaning or group that we've had any sort of excessive discussions with. And we've very much had extensive interactions with a range of locals. And people have a range of views, as you might imagine, and I don't think any one particular set of views has dominated in that regard. In terms of the reference to mana whenua dominating views, mana whenua are obviously a treaty partner, a key stakeholder and partner in this work. They've been consulted and engaged in development of it. There's no element that I can identify in the work that would be unduly shaped by, I think, their views, values. Everything would have a technical element to as well. So, for example, green space, predominantly that's proposed in these scenarios as essentially stormwater infrastructure, whether that's for stormwater detention, increasing drainage, increasing infiltration. So there's a practical engineering benefit from those interventions. There's also a co-benefit around recreation, green space that the community feedback at the previous round said that was very popular with them.
So the option of sort of an engineering solution, which is going to be immediate and interventionist, you're saying, was not removed because of the cultural objections of local iwi.
I think the short answer to that, Michael, is no.
And just for clarity, there has been a lot of talk that I've seen around an engineering solution, if you like. So at the previous stage of this work, we had the 7 futures. When we did the community engagement on those, Future 4, which is mixed approach, was the most popular. Future 2, I think, was second most popular with the community and a kind of mix from the others. What we did in the shortlisting process was examine Future 2 very closely. When we dug into the data and the feedback, it was very clear that there was a split between the feedback around lots of people wanting council to build more pumps and pipes and infrastructure heavy in the short term, but also very clear split that similar respondents said they don't see that as a preferred long-term solution. So what was done with that feedback and following consultation with the technical teams, essentially we took that short-term infrastructure component and embedded that into the 3 shortlisted futures that were developed. So the result of that is that the work that's proposed today, that's outlined in these 3 reports, includes a big upfront investment in infrastructure over the next 25 years, which then leads into other actions or interventions around things like land raising, green space, and creating water detention areas.
And finally, the government said that there's going to be no external money or no money coming from the taxpayer to assist this. I think they knocked that back about 18 months ago from memory. The costings of each of those options and their impact upon ratepayers in Dunedin, is that going to be part of the consultation process?
Yes, absolutely. So cost is obviously a factor. The costs of, as we work through the process and get a greater level of technical understanding and confidence, the costs are actually coming down, which is encouraging. As an example, the costs for, say, Future 4, which is the lowest cost option on the table at present, I think 1.6 billion over the 100 years. That's around 8% of DCC's annual capital budget for an area of the city that comprises around 10% of the population. So we're starting to get down into figures that are considered broadly feasible. There's obviously a lot of work to do further to refine those costs and to work through that in some more detail. And essentially the next stage in that process would be to develop some of that work up into specific projects and proposals. They would then go through council's long-term plan process, so councillors would have an opportunity to look at those in the context of all the other expenditure and priorities and make decisions that way. And obviously only things that were approved by council would be undertaken. And then we have had more recent conversations with central government about potential funding contributions, including through the Regional Infrastructure Fund, which would be explored subject to councillors' decisions today and tomorrow.
Just to advise you, Councillor Laws, Russell Lund is in the room. Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to foreshadow that I'm going to move a motion that a South Dunedin engineered flood protection system be designed and costed for inclusion in a future report for public consultation. Happy to move that when I have an opportunity. You give me, hopefully you'll give me an opportunity, and I would like to speak to that as well.
Just a point of clarification, who would we be seeking to undertake that work? The program?
Well, I would have thought that, like the South Dunedin Futures Program, it's been a joint approach. We can only, I suppose, speak for ourselves, but I would imagine that would continue on a partnership approach.
Okay.
Do we want to?
Just count questions.
Yeah. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, Jonathan, what we heard this morning, I think from Councillor Lund and Mr. Dory, about the solution, that the main solution that they were seeking for South Dunedin was a practical flood protection scheme. And then the assertion that that option had been excluded because of Ōkaha's position that such a scheme reduces the mana and Maori of the water. So could you please point me to, and I don't need it today, but it would be very interesting to have, and you said that everything was done through a technical and scientific position. So where could you point me? Is that available for us to, I'm not doubting you've done that, but to counter that assertion, it would be quite good to have that technical and scientific data that backs our position.
Yes, absolutely. It's previously been presented to council, so in September 2025, and a council report that outlined the findings of the community engagement during the last period and the outcome of that technical assessment. So essentially looked at the 7 futures at the previous round through the lens of the strategic framework that the program has that was approved by councillors, and then essentially technical specialists from across the 2 councils and from the consultant team, which included, for elements that related specifically to mana whenua components, included input from Ōkaha. And that entire framework, the results of that were, I guess, presented in September 25, and that can be recirculated.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, I think it's important to note that there's been multiple sources of feedback sought to drill down to the 3 preferred options that we've got available to us. And I think emphasising one party's feedback as potentially being more influential than others isn't necessarily doing credit to the wider program's work to balance a range of different feedback. So both community consultation, significant input from a consortium of engineering firms with strong reputations and who have put a lot of energy into looking at the technical value of each of the pathways that have been presented. So, but yeah, I think it's just really important to note that there's and actually I think within the documents you'll find a couple of summary pages that talk through how each of those different lenses, including economic, engineering, and community consultation, was viewed for each option quite transparently. Yes, and it's been a real hallmark of the program is trying to make sure that everyone's say is and everyone's input is daylighted in a way that's quite. I think a real strength of the program and should stand us in good stead as we go into consultation as well.
Councillor Somerville, followed by Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Look, we've heard and are hearing a lot of concern that there should be some immediate engineered flood protection works. And you've noted already, Jonathan, that some of those aspects of the earlier option 2 have been embedded in all of these. And I see in sections such as sections 11 and 34, for example, where there's reference to those, just for our reassurance about what those engineered solutions are going in there, would you be able to outline in a bit more detail what is embedded into all of those preferred options now in terms of that immediate and short-term engineering work?
Sure, I can speak to that. So there's separate but related. So there are 3 quick wins, if you like, in stormwater infrastructure that the DCC Council approved in January last year. They involve 3 projects, I think one Forbury Road, one Orari Street and one Portobello pump station area. So they, since over the last 18 months, they've gone through further development, design, optimisation, modelling, including through the DCC Three Waters work, and they're in various stages of development. The DCC also, in its current 9-year plan, has, I think, a $15 million allocation sitting in the out years for a further stormwater intervention yet to be determined. And then in the stormwater report that's presented to councillors, there's a list of, I think, 12 or 13 projects that would occur over the first 25 years of the next 25 years over that short-term period. They've been costed and reflected in the at a high level and are reflected in what's proposed. However, the next step of that would really be to take that list and then develop that up in the context of the long-term plan to figure out how would you sequence that, how would you prioritise those and how would they roll out, and as I say, in accordance with the budget process.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I guess there's evidence that those of immediate 3 quick wins plus those others would have a significant benefit in terms of protection from flooding in South Dunedin in the short term.
Over that 25-year period, so the modelling and the work shows that if all of those interventions were implemented over the short-term period, that would produce the flood risk reduction results that are indicated in the reports.
And also really important to note that none of those are maladaptive in terms of any of the future adaptation options for the longer term as well. So you don't, by doing any of that, you don't spend any money that is wasted.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Robertson.
It builds on Councillor Somerville's, but it's, could you please just describe how the program works in terms of its ability to be adaptive throughout the lifespan, I suppose, which is forever, but probably. But I think that the technological term that we sometimes use in hazards management is that dynamic adaptive pathway. But Councillor Somerville talked about 2017 reports talked about a lot. We've got a lot more reports since then. We assess the knowledge at the time. It evolves all the time. We have better environmental and technology info. The needs and aspirations of communities change over time. At the moment, we're setting a pathway where you talked about that all three have a focus initially on infrastructure, which we know needs done. How does the adaptiveness happen for the rest of it as well?
Yeah, I guess that there is a lot of underlying uncertainty. Obviously, you're undertaking investigations, making forecasts, predictions about some complex social, environmental, technical systems. So some of that principle is around, for example, not committing necessarily to a particular time frame, but saying once, for example, sea level rise reaches a particular level, and there is some uncertainty about when it might reach that level, a certain number of interventions need to have occurred, or that would be the trigger for a new action or a new set of responses. So it's been adaptive in the process in terms of just the process of the program. So we've pivoted at various points on the basis of feedback or technical findings as we've gone through this iterative process. And similarly, as you would roll out a master plan, you would do that similarly. But of course, there's not a need to commit to a full 100-year response. Essentially, what you do is bite this off in pieces. You determine a strategic direction over what might be a 100-year period. Then in the LTP process, essentially, you determine infrastructure strategies, water services strategies that might indicate what you're committed to over the next 30 years. And then in your LTP budgets and work plans, you'd say, well, this is the piece that we're going to bite off in the next 10 years. And you would revisit that as you go to make sure that they remain fit for purpose.
Just reminded me the other one that's important is that motion that's come through, and just because we've had it flagged now, normally we get to question the ones that are here. It seems like it might bind us to something. No, bind the DCC to something that's more their responsibility. So I'm wondering if we do possibly need to adjourn to consider it, but maybe ask the chief executive whether it fits with our role, or whether it's actually stormwater assessment is more of a DCC thing.
Yeah, and I suppose that's that purpose of the clarification out of Andrew, and take the point, it has been a partnership approach. So, it is a matter, if it was resolved by this table, we would have to take back to the group in partnership and have that conversation. And if it proved challenging to give effect to that resolution, then obviously we would have to come back and report that to the table. So I think we'd have to be clear that most of that sits within DCC's Three Waters management, and we would be leaning heavily on them as part of that partnership team with our own hazards team and the other data we support that with. But ultimately the output would sit with them. I don't have any issues with the resolution as such, as long as we do note that it would need to be discussed as part of that, as part of the project group. We couldn't absolutely commit to it on our own.
Does that mean it needs to be changed at all? No. Yeah.
I'll put it up.
We're just having a screen shared with it on. Councillor Wilson. I feel like I'm in a different planet on this, because I think the comms and the way you've relayed some of this really technical information has been really well done. And so if I look at the maps, I think page 71, we're discussing these three options. And the timeframes, what page is it of the report? Page 11. The short term, medium and long term. And I look at the short term, and all of those short term actions, the first thing you're doing are pipes and pumps, and that's the stormwater system. And I'm hearing a lot of rhetoric that that's what people want, but they're cross that it hasn't been included, but it is included. That's correct?
That's my understanding. I can't speak to other people's reactions.
Okay. And the effect of those pipes is on the next page, 12 or 72 of ours, which has a pretty quick effect of doing that, of reducing the flood risk.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and maybe the concern is the things that you've got greyed out as being acquisition underway, potentially if the funding gets there and everything. But the funding is there for all the pipes and the pumps in those, in your 9-year plan. Is that correct?
So to clarify, there's an existing placeholder of $15 million in the current DCC LTP. Beyond that, no, that would be subject to further consideration and decisions from.
Sorry, the question, sorry, I know it is in here somewhere, but how long is the short term?
25 years.
25 years, yeah. Okay, thank you. No, that's, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't misreading this because I'm finding it hard to relay some of the information. Thank you.
I think just to add and hopefully provide some understanding for, or an understanding of everyone's position for all parties. I think there are some stormwater system improvements included in the program.
Yeah.
I think some of the feedback we're hearing is seeking further or additional stormwater improvements potentially on top of that, or alternative stormwater improvements. So some of the feedback we've heard both today at public forum and others, I think at times is aligned, and at times as potentially talking about slightly different pipes in slightly different places. But broadly speaking, what is on the table at the moment includes a significant amount of stormwater pipe and pump work to improve the situation in South Dunedin in the short term. And what I think we probably collectively need to do in terms of the project is help to daylight that a little bit more transparently for everyone to be able to see what that is, what the benefit of those projects looks like. So when we are talking about one option over another in the pipes and pump space, people can feel like that the things they're thinking about are meaningfully considered or addressed under the program.
Okay. And just now that's up there, the last question is, if we were to do flood protection systems in there, would that require generally land acquisition in order to put it in? I mean, I know I've seen everywhere else I've seen it's be needed.
So in terms of, just to clarify, there is, just reading this up there, so there is flood protection, so that's embedded in. The indications we've had from the technical teams is that there may be some property acquisition required, for example, for new pump stations and other infrastructure that directly supports that. But so the way that the futures are designed is essentially there's the initial phase of that at 25 years involves a lot of expenditure on infrastructure, also property acquisition and land use change, that once that balance of infrastructure is in place, it then, for example, it's complemented or supplemented by, say, green space or flood detention areas, where rather than continuing to upsize the pumps and the pipes, you keep those pipes that you put in the ground in the first 25 years, and then the overflow from those, the additional capacity, spills into, for example, flood detention basins, and the system that you've put in the ground can continue. And then you take there's various other steps where, for example, it becomes technically challenging or expensive or prohibitive to continue to follow, say, a technical pumps and pipes approach, where you might, for example, max out an infrastructure corridor, where if you make the pipes bigger, then you've got to move all the other services, and that becomes exponentially more difficult. Or you might be needing to put that infrastructure underneath private property rather than just down the corridors. So that's why the engineering teams sort of present a balance of approaches here, where you absolutely have a whole lot of pumps and pipes and that traditional stormwater infrastructure, if you like, complemented by passive systems like green space, which can provide a whole lot of additional capacity at potentially lower cost and potentially lower sort of operating cost as well.
Wind-up question. So if I look at the options presented and the effect that they have, would you consider that all of the options that we've been presented today, future 3, 4, and 5, on the numbers here, in the short term, deliver pipes and pumps to act as more capacity for stormwater? Would it also incorporate flood protection work?
What was the last bit?
Would it also include flood protection work?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. The first one's, I guess, just a question for staff. So I was wondering around the use of the word endorses at recommendation 5. So my understanding is that today we're not being asked to agree with all the assumptions, conclusions, and recommendations in the report. We're more receiving and approving the reports for engagement purposes. I'm just wondering if there might be a better word than endorses for that. That's my issue. And this next one, Jonathan, my feedback from the community is, can we understand what aspects of the consultation remain genuinely open for community influence? So if you're a South Dunedin resident, you have 3, 4, 5. What remains open to them to comment on in this consultation period?
In regard to the first question around endorses, obviously up for council to determine what the preference is there. That's the way that we've done it in the past in terms of seeking an endorsement and then approval to go out and use them as the basis for the consultation. Yeah, 100%, it's a genuine consultation. So we've followed a process to get here. As I said before, it's been non-linear. It's required some pivots on the basis of community feedback, technical findings as you develop these ideas and options further. If we go out, there's the intention at this stage, I think, is to look at the consultation, not just around what do you think of each of the three futures, but they're constructed from 8 different actions, so that it might be that the feedback says actually some of those actions are very popular with the community, some of them are not, and that one kind of shapes the feedback over each of the futures. But also when we look at that in terms of analysis, it might be so, okay, well, actually the way that we move forward with this is a particular future that was the most popular, but there's a component of that that's very unpopular. So you don't take forward a sort of pure 3, 4, or 5. You might take forward a 4.2 or a 3.8 or something like that. So those options are all open, and I would expect people to have different views about the pipes, the green space, the open channels, the wetlands. So that's what we would be looking to capture.
I just have a wrap-up question. So do you have latitude within your own comms strategy going forward to adjust some of the materials to reflect what has already bounced back strongly from the community? I don't mean respond to every single point of difference, but I'm hearing that the long term is great, but even the 25 years is too long for people to get their heads around. I just wonder, do you have the ability to adjust your comms package to more accurately engage with the immediate concerns of the public?
Yes, short answer is yes, absolutely. And I guess it's tricky, right? Because the role of me and my team in this program is to look at a long-term flooding and adaptation challenge facing this part of the city. I have 100 Three Waters colleagues at DCC who do the day-to-day on the stormwater infrastructure. There's obviously prominent issues around wastewater. For Surrey Street, there's views around present-day flood risk, and there's a need to integrate some of that into the public communications, but it's not necessarily areas of the business that I control or influence. So we will do our best to do that. And I think what I've tried to do today is sort of speak to some of the connections between some of that work. And we can absolutely have a look at that in terms of a kind of whole of council approach.
I've got myself a bit confused, I'm sorry, and it might be because I haven't read enough of the what seems like overwhelming stuff I've had in front of me, but I think I'm hearing that each of these options start off with a described as short-term or short to medium-term, whatever you call it, option that may well be what the people who submitted to us, not submitted, whatever, presented to us this morning want. Is there any reason, if that is the case, it's a version of what's wanted by people who care there, could these three options be presented like, this is the short-term option for all of them that we're asking about, and following that, 1, 2, or 3? Because if it's already in there, what are we sort of arguing about whether it's in there or it isn't in there? If what is in there is an updated version, sort of Optus Mark 1 2017 or whatever it was, could that be bundled into the, yes, that's the first part, and then we're asking about the others? So that's, I guess, my first question, could it be presented that way? And if so, then people can only be arguing about the difference between what you had been thinking was the first part of that and what the group who we heard from this morning had been thinking. So you're only niggling about.
Yeah. Yes. So I think we've had several points of feedback around actually maybe when this is developed up into, subject to council decisions, if this is developed up into some pre-consultation material, that there's a need to tease that out and make it much clearer that essentially there's a consistent or standard set of pumps and pipes actions that would happen over the first 25 years. In parallel to that, at the same time, there's also conversations about land use change and property acquisition that may be required to enable other elements of the medium term and the long term to occur. But absolutely, the major changes, the major differences start to occur from the medium term. That's where the futures diverge.
So would anything we pass today make a difference to whether you have now taken on board, yes, that we'll be consulting on, yes, that's the proposed phase 1, and the other 3 are follow-ons? Or?
Oh, I think we can absolutely reflect that in the consultation material.
The second area of issues that I was hearing from this morning, and that you've partially answered, but what confuses me is I thought that in some way Regional Council was in partnership with the DCC to develop these options, and with your group, department, whatever you are. I'm now hearing that we're in partnership with Ōkaha too. Well, I'm just completely bewildered about where that all fits in, and I'm also bewildered about if we're consulting with people, I would like to see, here's the people we consulted with, here's what they said.
Mm-hmm.
And, like the suggestion is that it's only left-leaning University of Otago people who want whatever it is. If we had things out there when we do consultation that says, this is who we've consulted with, and being clear in advance rather than just sort of stakeholders, just we're proposing to consult with these people. So if anyone wants to add anything to this, do it now in the pre-engagement stage or something. Here's what they said, and here's what we're thinking of in response to what they said. Rather than, if I just think I'm in partnership with Ōkaha and then they make a suggestion, for example, and if the suggestion is that they are concerned about pipes and mixing water and whatever it is, because from time to time they do have those sorts of concerns about water, are they telling us that as a partner? And I don't understand why we would be in partnership with them, or are they telling us that as a stakeholder, or what, how those interactions happen? Could you explain to me how they have happened up till now and whether that's the way of the future?
I can go this one. So I think the first point I'd make is this program's been going on for a little while. We have undertaken some consultation already, and Jonathan outlined that before, but there was a report, I think it was 23 July 2025, that summarised that consultation. That was then taken to a report on the 24th of September that sought direction to narrow our focus down to the three futures that we're proposing to consult on now. This report shares the further work we've done since that time to refine those options and make them more detailed and more useful for people to consider and see. Thereby hoping to seek richer or more in-depth feedback. But that's my memory of that report on the 23rd of July was that definitely didn't have any kind of, there's quite a good summary of the consultation, quite a detailed summary of the feedback that we received and from and the members of the community or community groups that provided feedback. And I can't remember anything that led me to believe that that characterisation of left-leaning or university types was accurate. In saying that, but the other part of your question was around the feedback that we've received from Mana Whenua. I think the strength of this program has been that we have sought input from all quarters and have made a real effort to engage broadly and widely. That includes technical experts of a high calibre. It includes wide-ranging community feedback and a real attempt to help get across what it is we're thinking about and talking about. These issues are complex and challenging, and a real effort to listen to that, to any feedback when it has been forthcoming as well, and balance that across multiple levels of interest. And then I guess, and the other part is that as a project partnership, we have actively gone out to seek feedback from a wide range of contributors from within the community, and Mana Whenua being one of them.
So
I'll add to that, is that if you recall, the ORC has strategic priority around partnering with Mana Whenua, and that's been part of our strategic priorities in the last long-term plan and is currently in this long-term plan. And that partnership's been given effect to in a number of ways. I know, and I can't speak to in detail, Jonathan probably could, that Dunedin City have the same approach of working in partnership with Mana Whenua, and that's demonstrated through the Te Pai Committee and other meaningful engagements through other programs of work. It isn't a veto on anything that happens in a program, but it's a recognition of the partnership and the relationship that the councils choose to hold with Mana Whenua. So the suggestion that they can veto or effectively tell the program what options are selected and what the preferred models are is incorrect, but it is correct to say that they have been treated as a partner by the program, which is consistent with the way in which that relationship's been viewed by both councils for a long period of time.
yes, I wasn't intending to quarrel about who we're hearing from and things, just for us all to understand the relationships and who we're hearing from, because if you're in partnership with somebody, that would usually mean that you don't move without their cooperation or without trying to nut out some sort of combined thing. Whereas if we're talking about stakeholders, we listen to them and we put it alongside other stakeholders. So it's a sort of a different relationship. And if we're hearing from people, it would be great to know whether somebody thinks they're somebody who can negotiate with us a solution before it comes to anything, which is what us and DCC are trying to do. And if we're doing that also with Ōkaha, it's a different thing than if we're consulting with them, listening to them, hearing from them, always checking back what they think, but we would know what they were saying. So I'm saying I think part of the concern is that things aren't coming. We don't know what different groups are saying often enough, and we don't know where they fit in. And I completely accept our CE's assurance that there's no suggestion that somebody can waltz into a room and just say, no, we're not doing that. But it's good to have it put out there, and what are we doing? What happens? What do we hear from different people, and what are we doing about it? So
yes, in the context of what Tom and the Chief Executive have both said, we haven't partnered with Ōkaha in the sense that they've been a technical advisor that's provided technical input to a wider process. The partnering element comes through the wider, broader relationship between the two councils. If there's heightened interest in what particular stakeholder groups say and how that's incorporated, and we can certainly, I think we've probably provided more information on that in the past than many initiatives across council, but we can certainly look to increase that transparency looking forward as well.
Thanks, Jonathan. Councillor Laws.
Sorry. So let me get this right. I think Councillor Calvert, our chair, raises a good question. Does a partner have greater influence and status in this process than a stakeholder?
They don't have greater influence, but they have a different role in the project.
What's the different role in comparison to a stakeholder?
Well, they sit as a partner to the program, which is the commitment that's been made to Mana Whenua, but they don't have a different role in terms of decision making or input into processes.
So as a partner, are they a decision maker or are they a stakeholder?
They're not a decision maker. The decision maker are the two council tables.
Yes, but into the terms of the information that goes to those two governance teams, Richard, how much influence do they have how much influence do they have?
The executive steering group. The executive steering group makes the decisions on what comes to the council table, which includes general managers from Dunedin City Council and Otago Regional Council.
You've probably picked up and detected a concern that's not just been expressed around this table today, but also obviously exists in some quarters of the DCC as well. Are there ways of ensuring that there is greater openness and transparency in that relationship so that the wider community can appreciate that the assurances you're given or giving today can be independently verified by more openness and transparency?
I'm sure we can look to achieve that, Michael.
Well, okay, then you can answer this question. Do we pay our partners for their involvement in this process?
We do for the technical input, yes. In the same way we pay the other consultants for their technical input.
So what technical input would they be playing in this process?
So, for example, the input from Ōkaha to date at the previous stage, there was a technical risk assessment undertaken by the technical consultant team. In parallel to that, there was a Mana Whenua risk assessment. So the same, Ōkaha essentially developed a framework that looked at Te Taki Hararu, which is the DCC Māori strategic framework, and essentially interpreted the risks that were identified in the technical risk assessment, if you like, and how they might impact the views, values, aspirations identified collectively in Te Taki Hararu. So that was a technical product that was produced by Ōkaha. Another example might be in the overview document that's presented today, there is some commentary that's been provided by Ōkaha around how the particular future aligns with their assessment of that against Te Taki Hararu
Any further questions? Where are we with the?
So, Andrew's moved Andrew's moved, an additional motion and suggested another one just for sort of to tidy up for administrative purposes, subject to decisions made tomorrow, because we do note there's a separate, paper and conversation for Dunedin City Council to have. So as I understand, Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, the additional motion that was up previously around, developing an engineered solution, for the purposes of a report and future consultation, gets added to the 12 motions that are within the paper currently, and are moved as a pack, as a set. And there is an additional motion that has been proposed, which just allows the chair in consultation with me to approve minor modifications, and that's just to ensure we can align with any decisions made by Dunedin City Council tomorrow and don't end up with effectively competing motions about engagement material.
So do you like 14 here, Andrew?
Yes.
Because you can propose both those amendments.
Yeah, would you like me to move the second motion as well? Then I can speak to, I mainly want to speak to 13.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to move 14 as well. Yeah. But I probably need a second before I speak.
Second.
Councillor Kelleher seconded.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think the important thing is that I see this step as being complementary to the three options that are going to be consulted on. I think the other important thing here is to realise 13 is a pragmatic approach to give greater detail, not only to the people that came in here today, but the vast number of people who live in the South Dunedin area, whether they're renters, homeowners, whatever. But it's around the what, where, and when. What does it look like an engineered flood protection system? And I don't think at this point the current documentation, and I think the conversation around here today sort of alluded to that, where yes, it's in there, but it's just not. The where, what, and when is not there. That detail is not there. I think the other important aspect too is that there's been a lot of hydraulic modelling, groundwater modelling, flow modelling, system performance assessment modelling. We've also got a concept design in front of us for those three future options, and we've also got estimates of costs. And I think what we're looking for here is to harden up some of the data around flood protection. And what I'm trying to say there is to give greater confidence and information to the community so they have a better understanding of what this work looks like in relation to flood protection. And I think it's important also to remember, and this flowed through today, excuse the pun, but the presenters today reminded us of the cumulative effect of impermeable surfacing that's occurred in the South Dunedin. We're talking the flat area in South Dunedin over many years, over many decades, which effectively means that the not original, but the stormwater system that was designed, I think, back in the early 60s is nowhere near as effective and efficient as what it is today. And I think we heard the numbers. I think Julian Dory talked about 18 millimetres an hour. I think the original design in terms of rain intensity, and you get ponding in South D after about 8 mils an hour. So there's a lot more rain intensity causing surface flooding. That means essentially the current engineered stormwater system isn't as efficient and as effective as what it was decades ago. We also know in 2015 the significant flood, and then we were reminded about October 2024 that things have certainly changed, and we know that there's going to be more challenges. The next flood's a day closer, all the rest of it. So I just think
that it's really important. I just want each councillor around the table to put yourself in the shoes of those all gumboots, but in the shoes of those people who live and breathe South Dunedin on a daily basis. Their main asset is their home, and they care a lot about that. So I think we talk about pumps and pipes, but I like to think going forward we talk about people and private property as well. So I just urge you to support this or these two motions to ensure that we've got a greater detail of information about a very important option as South Dunedin goes forward.
Councillor Kelleher, followed by Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very happy to support this alternative motion to sit alongside what would then be put to the community. It really does concern me that there isn't an option there around what would be the cost, the implications, the option that would sit there for people where they didn't have to have 1,000+ buildings demolished across those three options. So to have an option where stormwater pipes can be just built in the roads and upgraded to the extent that they need to be, because the area has evolved from where the pipes were previously to where it is now. And to me, it is a no-brainer that the community should also be able to see the implications and an option where they don't have to have 1,000 houses or more go. And they can make an informed decision from that point. If we don't do this, then the only options on the table are for them to consider the futures put in front of them or not. And so I think that is a very unfair and unreasonable situation to place those people in.
Very much. Thank you. We just want to be dry.
Excuse me.
Councillor Robertson. Thank you. Definitely can't argue with any of those points, but I do want people to really carefully consider the program as it stands and actually what this is saying there. It's saying, okay, so we've got South Dunedin Engineered Flood Protection System, and I just want to understand what that actually is. So when you've got a flood protection system, what you would usually do is you'd first of all need to define what the protection level was. So you could have a flood protection system that defines that the protection level is a once a year flood or a 1 in 1,000 year flood. So it doesn't actually mean anything at that point. You've got a massive, massive job to do with the community to talk about what they're willing to live with, first of all. So that takes it right back. Second of all, what is a flood protection system in today's modern environment? And often we'll think about pipes and we'll think about channels and we'll think about a lot of concrete and metal and things like that. But actually, when we're designing a city today, and we've got, if that's what we were doing, we might think about a flood protection system as being green space, channels, pumps, lifting ground to protect people. And then we think, wait a second, is that what we're actually trying to do here at the moment? I think that's pretty much what we heard before. So are we getting any further ahead if we do this one, or are we creating a parallel process to the one that we've already got that's going on? We have had a lot of and totally accept that we all want to be on the right track. We want to protect people's homes. We want people to be living in South Dunedin really happy. We've had a lot of consultation. Hey, I remember being in a full community meeting where Andrew Noon was the acting mayor and he led that meeting. It's been a very long time, and it will have happened a long time before that as well. I've been in full public meetings with a huge diversity of people at them and hundreds of people and lots of them. I've been to the Pacifica community where we've had actually climate refugees from very small islands there speaking passionately about how their future they want, disabled community, street festival, or many people involved. Many of these people have also told us that it's about
quality of life as well. So as well as the design system, they're wanting that balance. So we've had a lot of that, and we've had a lot of people saying, I'd love more green space. Actually, my highest priority is this one. It's the one where we have, you know, a lot more going with the flow, essentially, and ensuring that we've got something nice in South Dunedin going forward as well. So I can hear that we're trying to balance that, and we want to have that conversation with people. We also want to prioritise that step, which is the infrastructure as well. It's there. So we're hearing as well that people, that we could repackage that to have a bit more of a focus on that, but I don't think it's something different. Yep, well, I'm going to move on, that's right. So yeah, I just think we've got a real opportunity here, but I don't want us to take us backwards. I would like it to be part of the South Dunedin program, not something different. Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Look, thank you. May I just clarify with this debate, are we debating these 2 additional recommendations or the whole lot?
The amendments.
The 2 additional ones, but we might not find we need to do the whole gamut of the next one, but feel free to.
Okay, well, I'll stick to these 2. Look, I do not favour adding these. I fear this is going to confuse the issue. I'm aware that over many years there has been a great deal of investigation work, scientific work, engineering investigations, as well as that public consultation that have looked at these issues. We have heard that there is engineering work built into all these futures, and Jonathan has noted, if I interpreted this right, that that could be pulled out more clearly in the public consultation to note that that engineering work is in these ones. And I would favour that approach rather than a separate investigation that may well confuse our public consultation process and slow things down going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm, then Councillor Gardner.
I assume from now listening to the comments of Councillor Somerville that if in fact this is all included, the task asked for in 13 will be quite as simple of just extracting the figures from the system. So I don't see that as a huge problem. I think it's a key part of this way going forward. And I would just ask Chair, will these 2 be voted on separately to the rest of the proposals?
Yes. I think because they're amendments, they need to.
Yeah, but then we, so from 1 to 12, is that going to be taken as a separate block?
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I'd say. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Get it out.
Sorry? Am I imagining things?
No, I've figured it out.
Councillor Wilson.
I think there was an assumption made in the debate then. Can we check with CE if that was a correct statement made about pulling those data out? Because I think that is pivotal. And
I don't know without, and I wouldn't put that on Jonathan. We need to speak to the other comment that was picked up that I did try to clarify with Andrew before, but it is important is that this is to be done in parallel in future, but would not intending to stop the balance of the engagement that is being voted on today. So it doesn't put anything on hold, but the expectation is that it will be prepared as a future report for inclusion in a future consultation. Yeah.
Well, that's helpful to know that. Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
Listen, I'll support this project and this resolution. We're responsible for the project after all, the decision making and the process, and we've got to feel comfortable with the options, the communications, the requirements of the communities affected. This simply adds the information that we need to acquire to make better future decisions. So I will support it.
Thank you. I will put the motion. Oh, sorry, right of reply?
So there's no other speakers?
No, apart from you.
As well. I think I should have answered the question around why would we want to be involved in this next step. I think the important thing is, firstly, we're the regulator in the stormwater wastewater space. So any approvals for disposal involve disposal of wastewater, stormwater, simply we're the regulator. So we should be donkey deep in this sort of thing. We're also, one of our core functions is to provide flood protection throughout Otago with the various schemes around. So, I mean, we have got a team of scientists that actually work on this sort of stuff. Tom's team is also donkey deep in this sort of stuff. So we have got a lot to offer. And obviously the groundwater monitoring is a key part of ORC's work around South D and the lower areas of the industrial strip running right around to the stadium. So it's important that we're involved in any next step in terms of an engineered flood protection system. There was mention, I think, Councillor Robinson mentioned about what are we talking about in terms of standards, etc., and what level of flood protection. I think basically, I'm no engineer, as you all know, but there is criteria for a certain standard that is required in residential zones. Don't ask me what the definition is, but there is a certain standard. And I think the other really important thing, this is complementary to what is going out, planned to go out to the community. So it's not this and excluding those other three options. It's an amalgam of the four of them. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does anybody require a division? No. I will put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
And the contrary? Carried. Sorry.
Division, maybe a better idea.
Division.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, it's both of them.
14.
No, it's not all 14, it's 13 and 14.
And 14.
Sorry, one moment. Councillor Gardner. Yes. Councillor Gillespie.
Yes.
Councillor Hollier.
Yep.
Councillor Callagher.
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Aye.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Aye.
Councillor Robertson.
Aye.
Councillor Somerville.
Aye.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
And Chair Calvert.
Yes.
Motion has passed.
So back to the
Madam Chair, can I
initial.
suggest we have a 5-minute adjournment just to be able to, so I could have 5 minutes with the Chief Executive with regards to the other motions to see what needs to be tweaked, if anything.
If that's helpful.
Move adjournment. Okay, move to adjourn for 5 minutes. Councillor Wilson. Even. Seconded by Councillor Malcolm. All those in favour? On the contrary? Carried.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to move as set out in the audit paper of South Dunedin Futures, recommendation 1, 2, 3, 4.
1 to 12 or?
Oh, 1 to 12, thank you. And I'll just ask the chief executive to make some comment or clarification around the community engagement part, probably 6, maybe more 7.
All right, so on paper. Thanks, Nancy. Yeah, so we've just had a discussion about it. So what we've got with the additional recommendation is a request for further work to be done to inform engagement. In an ideal scenario, that work would be completed to sit alongside the balance of the engagement material. We can't commit one way or the other without a conversation with DCC. So the undertaking would be that we if this passes, we have approval in terms of the bulk of the engagement material in the 3, 4, and 5, and noting the technical reports. Staff will engage, subject to decisions at the DCC meeting tomorrow, will engage immediately on that additional recommendation and work to pull that information together in a timely manner to include it as part of that package of material that is due to go out in the next phase of engagement, because it would be a better engagement process to have that all sitting in that one package rather than separated off. So that's the way that will be managed, but it will be subject to tomorrow's meeting and then subject to conversations that will occur with the executive steering group, and we will come back to council and make sure you know what the outcome of those conversations are.
I've probably really got nothing to say other than this is about trying to create certainty for the South Dunedin community, but I'll respond to any debate around the table if need be, so I'll just reserve my right to reply. Thank you.
Right, and that's seconded by Councillor Kelleher. Right, has anybody got any further questions? No. Well, we will move into debate. Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I'm very pleased to support recommendations 1 to 12. This paper we have before us is certainly not the start of consultation and decision making. We've got here after many years of work and many papers that have come to both councils, and council's decisions on those papers have brought us to where we are. Since becoming a councillor in 2022, I've also attended presentations, public meetings, community workshops and drop-in sessions run by South Dunedin Future in South Dunedin, and that indicates the breadth of communication that has been taken place to get us this far. So I thank all those people who have been involved in that, and we look forward to the best possible outcomes for the South Dunedin community.
Thank you, Councillor. No further debate except for Councillor Malcolm, and then we will move to Councillor Noon's right of reply.
Look, there's been a heck of a lot of work done on this South Dunedin Future program. And as a former property owner in Loyalty Street in South Dunedin, I understand many of the problems that come out from that area. What I will not be supporting any of these 12 motions. It's not that I'm not supporting the work that's done, but I simply believe that by supporting those deflects the attention away from the territorial authority, the DCC, that should have been looking after these places a damn sight better. To be able to drive into Dunedin and see some miraculous looking cycle tracks, yet I'm still with 8 mils of rain seeing sewage coming out into the streets of South Dunedin, speaks for the integrity of the people that are actually governing the city. So I know there is thoughts of unitary authorities and working with people in the very near future. So some attitudes will need to be changed to look after the basics. So I can't support these 12 motions, in that I require some action. And so the deserved people of South Dunedin should be getting that action. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Noon, your right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I absolutely agree with councillor Somerville about the best possible outcome for South Dunedin, and that's exactly what we're trying to achieve here. Provide getting the information in front of the community so that they can be well informed as they make decisions about their future. In terms of an engineered flood protection system, we're just really wanting to ensure that that the current situation isn't sustainable from a infrastructure perspective, and we're really looking for some certainty for the South Dunedin community around what an investment in infrastructure looks like going forward. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will put this motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Against. And noted, please.
Carried. We don't want to move the next one before, do the next one before the break. Yeah. Okay. You'll be pleased to know I've got down on my my program here that this is an afternoon tea break time. Would somebody like to move an adjournment? Moved councillor Kelleher, seconded councillor Hollier. 10-minute adjournment. All those in favour? On the contrary, carried.
I think Andrew was happy to, but he's not in the room.
There he comes.
Sorry.
You want to introduce that? Councillor,
9.5.
councillors resume 9.5. Interim governance group for regional spatial planning. And I'm introducing this paper for obvious as it gets further down reasons. This paper seeks council's approval to nominate 2 elected member representatives to the interim regional spatial planning governance group, a cross-council governance body being established to provide early elected member oversight of regional spatial planning across Otago. It also goes on to support the invitation to nominate representatives of Ka Runaka. Over to you.
Thank you. We don't have anything to add really, just take the paper as read and happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Gardner.
I've just got a note. So I support the need to prepare for the new planning system and appreciate the effort to keep arrangements flexible while legislation is finalised. Can staff assure council that there will be regular reporting back to council as to the scope, resourcing and financial implications of regional spatial planning as they become better understood?
Yes, it's a short answer, but yes, both in the near term, once we know what the legislation says, we'll report back, but also through the long-term plan process, we'll definitely be doing that.
Just probably a quick question. This is described as a governance group. Would it fall foul of any centre-right coalition government proposal about not having elected representatives?
No, there's no decision making or delegation. It's not a formal committee.
Yeah. No further questions. Would somebody like to move? Councillor Hollier, seconded. Councillor Somerville. Debate. Councillor Hollier, your right of reply.
Getting good people onto this to collaborate with our fellow regional entities is really valuable, and I think that getting councillors Wilson and Gillespie's their collective knowledge and information in there to progress this as and when everything gets clarified will be fantastic.
Right, moving 1, 2, 3 and 4. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving on to 9.6, the Large Scale Environment Fund. Councillor Noon.
I thought Andrew was going to, sorry.
I believe Councillor Gardner is going to introduce the report. The finance portfolio leads and environmental delivery both overlap in this space.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. Through the LTP, council agreed to establish a fund of up to $2 million per year for large-scale environmental projects. Earlier decisions determine the overall structure of the fund, including a combination of targeted investment and expressions of interest process. This paper brings forward a proposed framework for how the fund would operate in practice, including the governance arrangements, process assessments, funding agreements, and ongoing monitoring and reporting. The key focus of the framework is ensuring investment is directed towards projects that align with Council's priority actions, catchment action plans, and the outcomes Council is seeking to achieve, while maintaining a practical and workable process for applicants and delivery partners. The recommendations before council are intended to enable the fund to commence delivery in the 26-27 financial year. And I'll hand over to the team.
So thanks, Chanel. So this one has, as we know, been back and forward with different workshops and council papers trying to refine, I guess, exactly the purpose and criteria and rollout of this large scale environment fund. It was originally tagged for this year. We're not going to get any money out the door, but it is has been approved as part of the annual plan to be reserve or deficit fund next year. I guess the significant change the last time we bought this was the much stronger focus on the council priorities, council priority actions, sorry, that's the term, that you have now set, and the ability for us to target projects and groups that will be able to best deliver on those projects to get those outcomes. I understand through conversations that there is some amended recommendations to the report, still focused on establishing a governance group for oversight, but with some work to do on the terms of reference and the criteria and process and early consideration about projects that will start to deliver on your priority actions and potentially actions contained within catchment action plans. So happy to take questions. The other note I will make is there are attachments to the report that are examples of the types of forms that will be used to both get good details on the projects, understanding the contributions to be made by all the parties involved, the financial arrangements, and also importantly the assurance that there are outcomes being achieved and money being spent appropriately. The project is a complete fiction and shouldn't be read as anything other than that. It is just purely there to fill in the blanks, because sometimes we find blank templates don't land well in terms of understanding. So please don't assume there was any intent to suggest that that is the type of project or the quantum of money that we would be giving out. It is the project doesn't exist, the group doesn't exist. What we're interested in getting across are the forms that we will use, because we also heard that we don't want it to be an administrative burden on groups. But on the flip side, council is very keen to ensure, as our independent member of audit and risk, that we have good assurance processes in place to ensure the money is being appropriately used. So that was the purpose of those attachments. We're highly unlikely to answer any questions on the project itself, given it doesn't exist.
I think Councillor Wilson. I am very happy to move a slightly altered, amended text to the CE's motions, if they could go up.
We did we have them?
They were circulated earlier, I think, by Andrew. Councillor Kelleher? Yeah. Sorry, Kate's about to put an amendment up. Do you want to wait to have questions or whatever until the amendment's up, or?
Your call, Chair, if you'd rather hear the amendment first, and then I'll ask my question. It was just following on from Richard's statements.
Okay, go for it while we put this up.
I go for it. She's going for it.
You go for it.
I go for it. Look, thanks for that explanation, Richard, but it's hard to not see that indicative budget and then take from that that is the thinking of staff in how a $1.2 million project would be pictured, as in the work that would be done versus the management elements that would sit around that project. And so you've been able to choose some quantum for each of those activities. But to me, I had always thought the $2 million fund was about doing some really good environmental work for large scale. And my quick summations through there, I think 480k was going into things that isn't planting things. And the balance was, but then also factored in that was some weed and pest ongoing management alongside the project. So I'm kind of, you're going to have to reassure me more that that isn't the thinking of staff as to how this money is going to be spent.
no, we're very clear that the council's direction has been on investing this fund to achieve outcome. So I can only say the anything that's contained in that form is just there purely for the purpose of filling in the form. There is no thinking around how it will be done. The other thing I can say in terms of providing you some reassurance is that the motions here effectively delegate that responsibility to portfolios, finance and environmental delivery, to ensure that the criteria and the processes and the projects do deliver on the priorities council set. So no, they're not indicative of staff thinking. They are random words and numbers that are there with a focus on the form itself, and that's all I can give you.
Sorry, could I just follow that though, that it is very hard this is in a public paper that is here for us to consider, and it has got some quite detailed description alongside it. So to then accept, I take you at your word that you are saying, no, it's not going to be that. But
it's not, because it's not real. I can't give that money out because it doesn't exist.
No.
So I take your point, but all I can tell you is it's
mirror that, because it really is looking like consultants and staff are going to receive quite a substantial chunk of this versus then what will actually be the good stuff out on the ground.
That won't be the case.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question. I thought that we had 4 people to be the large scale.
Finance and environmental delivery, that's 4.
Oh, finance, sorry, yes. I was just thinking. Councillor Malcolm.
Just to follow up from, and the template was very good and given a very good understanding of how the process is going to work. So that's really good. So just on a bit of clarity around paragraph 18 and paragraph 26, and my concern around that is ensuring that we're not imposing too many non-beneficial demands about reports and procedures. I do want these projects to be accountable, but we say there that we're going to project manage, which to me, where does that stop and end? I know you give some descriptors there, but that's a delicate wording for me.
Yeah, and I think that is around that balance between the assurance that we have been asked to be able to provide this council table with the flexibility and the not interrupting the good work. So it will require some management because we're potentially talking about reasonably large sums of money over periods of time. But most of that I would read as support for those groups rather than imposing on them. I mean, that's the way that staff work. That's the way it operates. Is how do we support them to ensure that their insurance requirements are met, and also any other assistance we can give the project.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Hollier.
I'm just reading I only just got to it now, the amendments suggested. Can I just have a clarification, and possibly it's a typo or it's a genuine question we need to discuss? The very last line, expectation that co-funding or in-kind support of 50%, question mark.
That's not it.
That's in front of you there, Matt.
Oh, I'm just trying to
be updated to that one.
So
the email at 12:38 today.
Yeah. You're looking at a previous email.
Yeah. I'll just address that because it was raised.
It's in an email chain with regard to this topic, so it's not an amendment, but can I please have a question mark around, is there an expectation of a specific percentage of co-funding or other support?
So I did provide some advice on that email that I received on that, and my advice was not to include that in any recommendations because it does provide a barrier to the flexibility that you're looking for from this fund. When we talk about finalising key criteria, one of the things we have heard from council before, and it appeared in previous papers in terms of criteria for the fund, is that ability to draw on co-funding and in-kind support and not have it just as an ORC funded project. And so I would expect those criteria to follow through and ensure that part of it is looking at what is being brought to the table by others. But to put in a figure, I think unduly restricts the 4 the governance group from being able to engage with other groups, or to decide that there is an absolute priority for this council and it deserves a higher level of investment.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Just to confirm absolutely, this amended recommendation 3A, so that, am I right to suppose that will come back for a decision to council about who will make the final sign off on funding decisions? That will be a recommendation coming back about that.
Yes, so the process would be that the governance group will work on that terms of reference, which will include something on delegations for future funding decisions.
Okay,
They'll
because that
need
was
to come
in the-
back to the table.
That was in the original, and now it's, yep, okay, thanks.
Would we know when we might expect to hear back from them, or do we?
No later than August.
I'm just not reading, Emma.
Long day.
Clearly.
You're right.
Someone happy to move? Move it into debate.
You'd like to move?
Oh, I was happy to move.
Move in second?
Happy?
Oh. I'm just realising you're not part of this process. Losing my marbles.
Kate and
Yes, Kate and Matt.
Matt seconded.
Debate. Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to see things moving along with the large scale environment funding, so I will support these motions. I'm aware that this fund has already been delayed since council initially made plans about it, and I'm a little, I guess, apprehensive about further delay, but the assurance that this report and terms of reference will come back in August, I guess just really important that is the case, so that this can get operationalised in the next financial year is very important, because as we've said before, this has a chance to be a very, very important thing for helping community groups get on with important work within Otago.
Further debate. Councillor Hollier.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this whole exercise, having been involved with starting the ball rolling some years ago, and I wish that this was all tied up before I joined the council, but I'm pleased to be part of this stage of the process now. And thank you for your explanation, Richard, in terms of the awareness of the need to balance out the accountabilities versus helping groups get on and do stuff, because burdening people with excessive compliance will stop actual impact happening on the ground. So I hope that with the terms of reference and the guidance and the contracting process, that is enabling and supportive, because there's some scope for getting some really good stuff done at scale. And yeah, I look forward to seeing what comes from it. Thank you.
Councillor Noon, followed by Councillor Malcolm.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think this is an exciting step for this council. I know the Eco Fund has been around for maybe 6-7 years or something like that, but this takes the investment from this organisation by community groups, by individuals and other interested parties to a whole new level. And it's already been mentioned about the fund being flexible, but I think it needs to be fair as well, not overly complicated, and achieves a broad and environmental investment across Otago. And also like the two options with the targeted investment delivery model and expressions of interest. So it's broad in that respect. So I like to think that most organisations that are eligible and capable, have the capacity to be able to deliver some of these projects, will fit in one of those two categories.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, this is exciting really, and we just need to keep that lens on it, that this is about getting positive environmental outcomes and making sure our community has that opportunity. So if we keep that focus, we're going to go many good places. Thank you.
Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. Look, there's a lot of good that this fund could do. We're in a time when rates and the cost of living is extremely challenging for the community and the people of Otago. I'm going to vote against what we're doing here today. I appreciate the reassurances the Chief Executive has provided me in the breakdown of that example, but it still shows that there is a concerning element when it comes to administration that is going to sit around, potentially around any project that might be put forward. The Eco Fund is such a success story, and the request for more money into the Eco Fund and the more it could do, but the actual administrative cost that is attached to the money given out is very small and next to nothing even, and because the people request money and we give it. If any level of what was proposed under that project example, it just falls right into my concern all along that these large scale sums will end up becoming long-term exercises that we will be asked for year in, year out, and become another function of council that we have to fund. So that fear remains for me, and so unfortunately, sorry, I'll vote against.
Are you intending to vote the people who are?
I want to write a reply. Write a reply. Do I get to do that?
I'm just.
Kate's got right.
Can they vote for their own?
In terms of being on the governance group,
Yeah.
I don't. We've had we have had mixed views on this before, and I will go away and maybe see if we can finalise this. It does get challenging when we effectively have 4 of our table taken out of a situation. There's in terms of this next step, it is only developing the process and the terms of reference. So I don't see too much risk in having the councillors who will be involved in that process being part of the vote to set that process up. That would be my advice on that. I just don't think it's, there is no payment in terms of a role on a panel or any pecuniary interest in this. It is just purely a process matter and establishes a governance group to oversee it. So I would be comfortable if the 4 involved, one of whom is obviously an apology today, took part in the process.
Councillor Robertson.
Just quickly, in response to some comments there, we have been over many times whether this is a smart investment in terms of getting bang for buck. Yep, it's a time when we need to really carefully consider any investment. People's back pockets are not stuffed full of cash, but we have communities who are getting behind projects and voluntarily involved. And it's a really smart way of getting some really meaningful work done that communities want done as well. So it's a win-win. And I think some of those things that were mentioned around just tightening up the criteria so that we don't have unintended consequences, long-term investment, all that stuff. Or do we want long-term investment because it's the best way we're going to get bang for bucks in a certain community? Maybe we do. So is that bad? Don't know. Anyway, we need to also be considering the Eco Fund as we go forward because, we need to be sure that we're targeting both of those really well. Thanks.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. So just a couple of comments. So we have considerable experience supporting environmental projects and administering grants, but we have much less experience acting as environmental investment managers. Before delegating funding decisions, I would usually want to know why one project was chosen over another, how additionality is tested, and how decisions remain transparent. In short, if someone gave me $2 million to invest, the first thing I would ask for isn't a list of investments. It would be the investment mandate. How do we compare opportunities? What risks are we willing to take? And what would make us say no to a project? I will be voting yes to these because I think that this setup facilitates the pathway towards the ends that we have all envisioned.
Thank you. Further debate? Would somebody like a right of reply? Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Look, I'm really happy to see this progress. My reasons for putting a slightly different motion was that often we put on staff decisions that actually are only able to be done with governance, and we slow down the process terribly in that. And what was clear is that there'd been a mismatch or misunderstanding, and therefore it was easier for us to do it ourselves or a group of us to facilitate that discussion with staff in a better way. I've got huge confidence in the councillors that we've chosen and their ability to produce something that will give us a really good framework. I also do reflect the Eco Fund and how many, and we will hear about it shortly, applications didn't get funding because we gave substantial grants out to groups that desperately need it to keep on their great work that they're doing. The reason, and it was a 50% was question mark contribution because of in-kind. Every Jobs for Nature or MPI project that I've seen recently, the quantum of in-kind contribution that these projects generally generate is substantial. And so if we don't measure it and don't ask what that is and what that outcome is, or that input, sorry, to get the outcomes, then we denigrate and do not appreciate that. So that's why that comment was in there. It wasn't that it be set at 50. It's making sure that we're measuring it because too many people do not measure the huge, huge contributions made out there to the what's happening and how effective it is to give a small amount of money and get a huge, huge outcome. So really delighted to support it. I think we need to help staff to ensure that we're all on the same page with this. My biggest begrudgement is that we haven't got the money out in the field doing things as quickly as possible. We need to make sure that these processes are quicker and more even and speedier to get the money out there doing good now. Thank you.
Right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against?
Carried.
Carried. Moving on to 9.7 Eco Fund approval. Are you speaking for the Chanel?
Yeah.
Right, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. So this paper brings forward the recommendations of the Eco Fund Assessment Panel for the Council's consideration. The fund continues to attract strong interest across Otago, reflecting the number of people willing to take practical action to improve the environment. As with any competitive fund, there were more worthy applications than available funding. The panel's role was to assess applications against the published criteria and recommend those projects that best aligned with the purpose of the fund. I would like to acknowledge all applicants, the panel members, and especially the staff involved in the process.
Further questions? Yes. Right. Questions, councillors? Very satisfied. Given.
We've been asked here to consider the option of shuffling funds around from one category to the next category. And would that be the sort of thing that we would be able to set to be done before this Eco Fund process starts? Or should it be something, and my dilemma is, should it be something we do at review time because of changes in environmental needs?
So I think when we go to do the review, we can look at how we could potentially shuffle that with an approval earlier. Is that what your question is? If we'd come with the criteria and the categories that we could have some flex in that depending on what the projects were that were put forward. That's probably what we'll look to do through the review that we'll do later this year. There has been some, we've done some shuffling in the past as well. So last year we also shuffled some funding around, and we've checked to make sure that those buckets of money where they come from are rated in the same way, so that there's no disadvantage in terms of how ratepayers have provided funding for outcomes that we're looking for.
Thank you.
Have we got somebody who would like to move this? Councillor Gardner and a seconder. Councillor Robertson. Debate. Well, Councillor Gardner, would you like a right of reply?
I just, it's too slow, was I?
Councillor Somerville.
Rushing it.
I'd just like. Yeah, someone pointed at me.
That'll do.
Just like to reiterate a bit of what Councillor Gardner said in terms of thank you to all the groups that put applications in. It is never nice saying no to people that have put good earnest applications in. However, we do have funds to work with, and knowing that there are funds out there to provide for good community work is more important than not having them. So that is part of the challenge of getting this thing as right as we possibly can, and look forward to seeing what can be done by those the grantees of the funding. Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. I believe the Eco Fund provides great value for Otago, both in the environmental work that is achieved through that, but also in the strengthening of communities and community groups by the ORC providing those resources and giving those groups, enabling them to work on their important purposes. So thank you to everyone all those groups who have applied. Congratulations to those who are successful. To those, and it is with regret, I know that the panel is not able to meet the applications of many good projects there. So hang in there and keep up the good work, everyone.
Councillor Noonan.
Both Councillor Hollier and Somerville mentioned about the applicants that have missed out. My understanding is that staff contact those applicants that have been unfortunately unable to be funded and provide some feedback about how they can strengthen their application in any future funding bids.
Right, a reply, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. Councillor Malcolm raised an important point that maybe wasn't able to be unpacked as clearly, as with the applicants being given feedback on their perhaps unsuccessful applications. Also, the panel and staff have taken on a few points of learning that we intend to carry forward through to the review. And as it is a fuller review year, we are taking that opportunity to really thoroughly assess where we are with the fund and take on board community feedback with how we might like to proceed going forward. So any niggles that we had encountered during the assessment panel process, we have noted and intend to address them in our review period.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
And against? Carried. Funding agreement with MPI for wild and conifer and wallaby programs. Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The National Wild and Conifer Control Program and the National Wallaby Eradication Programs are critical
to protecting Otago's environment, economy, biodiversity and iconic landscapes from two of our most significant pest threats. They also directly support the objectives of our regional pest management plan and council's priority actions relating to biosecurity and environmental stewardship. The paper asks council to provide certainty and continuity for the remaining 4 years of the existing service agreements with MPI. In particular, it seeks approval for the chief executive to sign annual funding agreements on council's behalf and for program delivery to commence 1 July each year, even with the formal annual funding agreements have not yet been received from MPI. Delays in receiving annual funding agreements have previously impacted program delivery, creating challenges for contractors, landowners, community partners, and operational planning. The recommended approach seeks to address those issues by ensuring work can continue uninterrupted while recognising that the financial risk to council is considerably low and has historically not resulted in any loss of funding. This paper is about maintaining momentum in the two programs that deliver significant environmental and economic benefits to Otago and ensuring that critical control work is undertaken at the right time of year to achieve the best outcomes. And both Joe and Libby are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
You don't want to say anything further, just questions? So, questions, councillors? Straightforward. Have I a mover?
Yeah, I'll move. Oh, sorry. I'll move, Madam Chair.
Move councillor Noon, seconded councillor Malcolm.
The only thing I would add is that the risk here is extremely low. My understanding that we previously, I think 12 months ago, followed a similar pattern simply because of the importance of being able to start those programs at the beginning of the financial year. So, thank you.
Councillor Kelleher.
Very little to add other than just that this is a necessary function of us to assist these groups and facilitate these programs, and wish both programs all the best in their activities into the future.
Councillor Hollier.
Yeah, I endorse what Gary's just said. Look forward to the good work that these guys can do. There's an ongoing frustration with central government systems, but apparently it's a semi-immovable beast. But any influence that can come across Richard's angles of working would be great to take this pressure away from people. Thank you.
My very minor contribution here is just to say that when we're told the risk is low, there is, of course, a risk of not going ahead and doing it. It can cost us more, so could go either way. It's not just a downside risk, there's an upside advantage as well. No further debate. Councillor Gillespie, for example. I just thought that you hadn't said anything much.
I can say lots if you really want me to, but you told me today that you wanted a quick and straightforward meeting. I'm making sure you're getting it.
Thank you, councillor, for your contribution. Right, does anyone want to write a reply, namely the person moving?
I think so.
Right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
And against? Carried.
Just telling you to wake up.
Right.
My note.
Rates report and rates resolution 226/227, 9.9. Councillor Malcolm or Councillor Gardner?
Councillor Gardner's been talking to Mr. Donnelly, and she's absolutely all over this and is
Can't
enjoying
even hear
the privilege of leading.
Councillor Gardner.
My mic's not working.
Councillor Gardner can hear.
Oh, Councillor Gardner, thank you for introducing this paper.
It's tough carrying the working load with a modern woman. So Nick is here to answer your questions and speak to the changes that were emailed around this afternoon with the rates resolutions. Thank you.
Mr Donnelly, have you anything to say, or are you here to answer questions?
I just did want to add, I'd circulated to councillors Malcolm and Gardner, just an amendment to the recommendation that's in the paper. So we did the paper in two parts. The paper went out, and the rates resolution itself went out in the main agenda, and then we circulated separately a revised rates funding impact statement, and then a suite of rates examples. So there's a table that just summarised some generic capital value amounts, and then there's specific rates examples, which are sample properties based on the rates resolution and some sensitivity graphs. So those were emailed. The change, and I don't know if you can't bring it up, Kylie.
Received it, sorry.
Oh,
Was it by email?
Email from Nick at 2:36.
I sent it to governance. You might not have seen it. So all we're actually doing is just making it clear that there's the paper that you're noting, and then the supplementary information that went out. And then added in a recommendation 2 is to adopt the revised rates funding impact statement and then adopt the rates resolution. The reason for that is, as we've noted in the paper, the rates resolution is now based on the updated rates database. So revaluations have been undertaken for Dunedin City and Central Otago District Council. So the rates resolution calculation now reflects that, and the rates funding impact statement reflects that as well. When the annual plan was adopted, we were using the old version of the database. So the information in that rates funding impact statement is slightly different. It's now been updated. So just to make sure that it's very clear to anybody who looks, if they were looking at the annual plan, there's a rates funding impact statement there, but that's now superseded by this one that you'll adopt today. The overall total rates amounts stay exactly the same. It's just the allocations based on the new capital values now that those valuations have been done. And then the rates resolution reflects the revised funding impact statement. So it's just a procedural order. So I've changed that, and that recommendation is on screen. It's basically bringing in that number 2 just to make sure that it's clear that the revised has been adopted.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, just for keep that on, just for clarity, Nick. So this procedure happens basically at every annual plan when there's different times valuations happen within the territories.
Yeah, we don't usually get the revised rates funding impact statement because usually we adopt the annual plan or LTP and the rates resolution in the same meeting. So we've always got the timing right. Last year we did adopt the annual plan slightly early, but it was only 1 month early, and we didn't have revaluations to contend with. So it didn't mean that a month later we were using a revised database. So that was fine. This year, there's been a 2-month gap. 2 months ago when we did the annual plan, we didn't have the database up. Well, we hadn't received the updated Central Otago valuations, and the Dunedin ones were still in the objection process. So they've subsequently, there has been changes to those. So usually this process is the same. What we do though is every year, and it's mentioned in the paper, regardless of whether revaluations have happened, we equalise the valuations across the districts. So that accounts for the fact that they're on different 3-yearly cycles, and that smooths out so that no particular district will get hit with a sudden major increase in every 3 years, because that will have been built into the years in between in the equalisation process, which is what we see with CODC. The evaluations have gone up, but if you look at some of those examples in CODC, quite a lot of the properties are flat or have gone down because most of that increase was already factored into the equalisation process over the last 2 years.
Councillor Gillespie, you did have your hand up this time, didn't you?
Yes, thank you. Hey, I just note that the proposed resolution refers to something that I haven't seen yet. So I have a bit of a fundamental issue with trying to I know it'll be right, but I haven't seen the revised rates funding impact statement. Have I missed something?
So it was, the revised documentation was emailed out on Wednesday, the 17th of the 6th.
With a link to Diligent and the resource centre.
Yeah,
I think.
And that was just a timing issue with the, again, delivery of early agendas and having the information ready. So apologies that it was
No,
separately.
I should have. I thought I'd seen something, but I couldn't find it. So now I'll go and look for the date. And I have a question, but I don't want an answer to it. Well, I used to do, actually.
Do you want to turn your microphone on?
Sorry.
That's a good idea to answer it.
I do have another question that I, the answer won't change anything, but I'm going to say it anyway, is that paragraph 16 in reference to the movement in some large ratepayers due to the impact revaluation of the capital, and that it said that, sorry, in paragraph 15, not considered unreasonable given the effects of the presence and operations of these properties. I'd be really intrigued to understand on what basis that comment's made.
That's just the general wording that we've always used for those properties. You know, they are obviously they're very high capital value properties, so hence the high rates. But you know, the big ones that you pick up on, all of the utility values. So you've got in Dunedin and in Central Otago, all utilities had increased capital values. So as a land use type. The two dams in particular, their capital values went up significantly. Really, we're looking at the percentage, and this one, what you're seeing there is just the general rate portion of their bills. You know, the percentage of total general rates of the biggest one, which is the Clyde Dam, is still 2% of our total general rate. So given the scale of it, we didn't consider that unreasonable, but happy for councillors to have a different view.
I'm not going to debate that with you, there's no point. You mentioned about the, I'm sorry if I got the terminology wrong, the equalisation you use over the 3-year period with the changes in valuations. I'm expecting these dams wouldn't have had the benefit of that because this is...
No, equalisation is a percentage that is applied. So in the previous years when Central Otago and Dunedin weren't revalued, QV give us a certificate that says over the district what the increase is in that district. So we just apply that to all properties. But now what you're seeing here is not the district-wide increase, because you know I can't remember what the average increase in Central Otago was. Yeah, it was about 25%. But these properties are significantly higher than that. So there's always individual properties that move up and down, and you'll still, if you're higher than the 25%, you should be seeing your rates increase.
I'm sure that ratepayer may have a conversation with the valuer general.
I follow a question with that.
Certainly, councillor Callagher.
Sorry, so just on that one, when you have a significant change like that, this is a public agenda, is this the first they learn of it, or do we have some discussions with them prior to this?
No, this would be the first that they would learn of it, but they should have been sent their updated capital value. So it's the same as if your own property, you'll get sent a revised capital value and you have an objection period that you can object. Some people do, some people don't. Then it gets locked in. We're now using that updated value for next year's rates. So unless they're watching this, you know, they're very likely the first indication they will get will be when they get the rates bill.
And it wouldn't be a practice of us that because we've highlighted it in what will be our rates, like for all of those properties across Otago, we've highlighted these because it is such a significant increase. that we wouldn't have any forewarning to them prior to this?
We haven't highlighted those ones because they're a significant increase. We've highlighted them because they're the most significant rate payers. So they pay the biggest rates anyway. So every year we've always had them in this paper just to point out that we've actually looked at, looking at the outliers of who's paying the biggest rates, and does that look reasonable? You know, what you're looking for. If you go back to cases where, and it would be probably, many years ago, and I think one of the cases was Mackenzie District Council, where they had, like the other 2%, they had a huge percentage of their general rate was being paid by one ratepayer. And was that reasonable? So, we are highlighting these to go, well, there's the top three, how much are they paying? And collectively, they're paying 4%. If you were seeing, say, them paying 40 or 80%, you might be questioning, is that reasonable that one or two ratepayers are paying that large percentage of the overall rate take?
Yeah, I think my question isn't around is it reasonable, because it's just a quantum calculated on the appreciation of value. It's just the change in how they learn about it.
Yeah, and typically we don't go out to individual ratepayers until we send them their rates notice. So we've never gone out to anybody to go to them, hey, here's your rates bill that's coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson. Well, that does bear on the question I was going to ask, and with all respect, I think in the past, because we've done a process of hearing, we have given people an indication of what their rates will be by having a rates calculator. And the question I had, because previously you'd given us the timing of the revaluations. If we had gone through a process, would these people have been able to put their figures in, or is it because their council has got the valuations relatively late in the process?
Yeah, we still had a rates estimator up. So even when we were out engaging, we weren't consulting, but we were out informing and engaging. We had the rates estimator up at that point. But that was based on the old valuations because we didn't have the updated rates database. The reason Dunedin at that point, by the time we had to build the rates estimator, there's a lot of work we have to do to Dunedin around all the flood and drainage schemes. And even when we get the updated rates database, we have to verify that all the splits across all the bits of the scheme and properties have all been done correctly. So that wasn't completed. And at the time we did engagement and had the estimator up, we didn't have an updated CODC rates database.
And moreover, if they had got their revaluation, delighted as they may or may not have been with it, they wouldn't understand how that was in relation to every other property, would they? So their budgeting is relatively problematic. I mean, you've got councils that they got another $100,000, or companies, $100,000 rates bill unexpected I think it's something that is unfortunate. I'm not saying that it's a blame. Yeah.
It is something that does happen in the fact that if you're building a house, for example, you would have had your valuation based on the section, and it may only be, 400,000, and then you build a house that's $1.5 million on it. Your valuation does go from 400,000 to 2 million. It's something that because obviously you've built quite a substantial house on that, but it is something that always moves in the database from year to year that we're not able to control. Because obviously we don't control what people do on their land, but building a house, but it's up to the independent Office of the Valuer General for those valuations. I mean, we have no input into what they are.
The timing is unfortunate on their part, not on ours. I appreciate that.
I don't know whether we have the information that would take people there, but would it be useful to have on our website the basis of how we calculate valuations as to, some people are used to capital value, for example, but that doesn't mean anything to most people. To say we're basing it on the section value or the total value of the section with the house, we're basing commercial people pay X amount compared with, to put more of that sort of information so people can understand better which categories of people pay rates and decisions that have been made around that.
We do disclose for each of the properties the land value of each of the sections and the capital value. So you can see for your own individual property what is the land value. So the biosecurity rate, for example, is charged on land value and capital value. The estimator that was there had the rate in the dollar. You could have taken, it's still up at the moment, it comes down on 30 June after this is passed. You could have taken your rates valuation bill that you got and effectively redone the maths yourself, knowing that, you know, the capital value there was whatever it was, and your bill in front of you, or your valuation letter in front of you is telling you that the valuation is this. You could have even now recalculated that on the website to work out what your budgeted rate
No,
is.
I'm talking about the principles that people could better understand about the choices we've made to say, is it capital value? Is it land value? Do residential people pay more or less than commercial, or?
Yeah, when they go into the estimator and when they get their bill, the bill will state the basis on what it, you know, so it will say whether it's capital value or whether it's uniform or whether, you know, land value or land area in the case of the drainage schemes. So that is stated in the estimator, but I think what you're saying is, you know, do people understand the difference between capital value and land value? I suppose we just assume that they do. Whether we can have a bit more description in the on the website in particular, just to make sure that there's some clear definitions for them. Whether that answers your question, we could do that.
Yeah, that's part of it, and part of it is what percentage, if we've decided it that way, do commercial people pay compared with industrial people. I mean, it would be impossible in, say, Queenstown, but it wouldn't be impossible for us because they're reasonably straightforward.
Yeah, apart from, we outline a lot of that, whether we're using, you know, if you've got different rates for different land use type, you know, differentials, we state those in the revenue and financing policy. We actually don't use a lot of land use differentials where we're largely just, you know, capital value, we've got land value and land area. We generally don't differentiate between land use. The exception where we do have a differential and commercial is paying more is in public transport. There is a commercial differential for that, and everybody else is paying a different rate in the dollar. But again, it is stated that on the bill it will say which differential you've got.
And just to confirm that on our website, under types of rates, we list our rates and we list whether they're charged on a land value or a capital value basis. So anyone can go in and see that our catchment management rate is based on capital and our biosecurity rate is based on land value, for example, and the rest of them are all listed there as well, alongside the general rate. So there's a amount of information on the website for people that are looking for more information.
Yes. So that's part of it, but that's the commercial versus industrial. And quite a lot of people say, for example, the university doesn't pay rates and things, and of course it does partially and things. Just a wee bit more of that information that people might find interesting or might not. Councillor Laws.
Sorry, we're still on 9.9, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, good. Listen, no, there's a couple of graphs here, pardon me, that there's one on general rates, and it's on my page 303. And it breaks it down into districts. And then there's another graph on equalised capital values of the Otago region. And that's paragraph 13. So I'm referring to those two. Given that the Dunstan ward pays a huge amount of general rates, primarily based upon the household values of their real estate and property, can I ask, when we get to do a ratings review, So you've got a revised rates funding impact statement. You've got the resolution for the 26-27 year. I mean, I have issues of equity around this and the way in which people in Central Otago and Queenstown are essentially being rated for their property increasing, but it's not related at all to the income that they're receiving. Can you tell me when would be the appropriate time to do a full rates review, including the equity issue?
Yeah, I mean, that issue is covered as part of the revenue and financing policy, so that will be part of the upcoming LTP. Obviously, these rates here are setting the rates for the next year, which is year 3. But every LTP, you know, we sit down and review the RFP that looks at all of those issues. And one of the key things around this is, and we discuss it LTPs sometimes even with annual plans, is around the use of, you know, uniform charges and any other levers that there are to look at any potential redistribution or, you know, reallocation of those rates. But at the moment, the way these rates are set as the RFP states, and general rates, for example, is capital value. So yes, that means if the bigger capital value amounts are sitting in Queenstown and Central Otago, then as you can see there, they're paying, you know, a bigger percentage of the overall general rate.
Okay, so what I wanted to get was an understanding of when we start as a council this time to get into the way in which we levy rates and the equity issues and considerations. So are you expecting that to occur within the current financial year? When would we have the first, for example, ratings or revenue and financing workshop?
So Michael, can I commit to getting the team responsible for the overall LTP to produce a project plan that has all of these different infrastructure strategy, revenue and financing policy, financial strategy, all of these conversations you'll need to have and get that circulated to councillors?
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you, Rich.
I'm going to workshop on it.
Further
questions? Have we a mover and a seconder?
Happy to move.
And Councillor Gardner wants to second?
No, she was moving, I was second, sorry.
I'm told.
Sure.
I think Councillor Malcolm moved that motion.
Yeah, thank you.
Debate. Aye. Okay. Okay, right of reply, Councillor Malcolm.
Happy for you to move.
Put this motion, these 3 motions. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving on to 9.1, update on LiDAR progress and funding. 9.10. 9.10. 9.10, sorry. 9.10.
Well, it's been a long day. I don't want to go backwards.
Itchy.
Also move.
I'm delighted to second.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just very briefly introducing this one. All I wanted to say with this one is that Councillor Wilson will be very pleased to see it. I think someone dared her to get the word LiDAR into every public session that she was in. Here we are seeing a very positive update, and pass over to Tom.
I think we'll just be happy to take the paper as written. Happy to take questions.
Questions? Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Malcolm. I don't want to take away from those positive words for the introduction. It is a great report and thank you very, very much for the work. The only thing that isn't in there, and I am only saying it because someone may actually listen in and report it, but I doubt it, is the economic benefits of this work, and it is undersold in this report. And I appreciate this from natural hazards and why it mightn't be. This work will be pivotal for so many and so much more than just the natural hazards work, and it should be in the report because it shows that joined up thinking. So, but thank you. And in the future, I hope that we could be talking to that as well, and especially whether we should be highlighting to partners and community the opportunity of working with us if it is needed to be at a higher degree, that they could be partnering us, and whether it be mines or trails or tracks or a whole lot of other things out there. Water storage.
Sorry, is this a question or
it is a storage? Would there be some merit? No, I thought it had been put. No.
Questions?
Oh, is there an opportunity for us to partner with this? Sorry.
An opportunity for me to make.
Is there an opportunity to partner and get a better quality report in there, albeit it's late in the process?
Yeah, note your feedback, Kate, and yeah, appreciate that we could have sold it a little bit more, well, a lot more strongly. We had let up on the sales pitch stuff, given we're nearly at the end. But you are right that there is a wide range of additional benefits to this work beyond natural hazards assessments. And yes, there's opportunities to partner and share this information. I know that's another big part of what will come next in terms of how we make sure that people make the most out of this data set.
Thank you. I won't count.
Councillor Malcolm, followed by Councillor Robertson.
Yeah. There is a question. So this, and it probably is to the CE, this is part of the LINZ National Elevation Program, and finally puts our region up to scratch with this. And I just wonder where we are, if we're looking at unitary authorities and going, changing our structures, where this sort of activity, which is a nationally decreed activity that where would we best lobby to say this should be nationally funded as opposed to regionally funded, because it's to the advantage of everyone?
Yeah, I don't know if I know the answer. I suppose with anything, it would be to lobby the relevant minister responsible for. Which minister would it be? Main information. Who's responsible for LINZ? Whoever responsible for LINZ, it would be that minister. So there could be an opportunity to do some lobbying there. I think what has been recognised is the value of the work and essentially the vast majority of the funding coming from central government anyway, which has been positive. If there was a desire to see, more of these national programs just funded directly from central government, then it would just need, again, lobbying with relevant ministers depending on the project you identify.
Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
I was just going to move that
in April.
And then
Kate's wanting to say something, so I presume she's saying she'd like to second it.
Very happily.
So, just want to reconfirm that we're one of the last two regions in the country that has full coverage of LiDAR, and Councillor Wilson has done a fantastic job of outlining the importance of having that coverage on everyone's behalf. Really awesome to have that central government partnership coming through there. Last year 1.2 million, this year 641,000, 60% of project cost. Coming out of reserves, I think, for us, and then rated through till 2930, I think. So, yeah, good to be having that information. Then we have pretty much national coverage, and that's really important as well as we go forward, so we can compare ourselves to what some of the issues that are happening across the country. So, yep. Really important stuff. Thank you.
Further debate. Councillor Kelleher.
All I want to add really is that there is such a great use for this tool, and from how council will use it, and it's forward thinking for especially natural hazards. to then the use for the community to be able to access it. And anyone who has to do or needs detailed contour information for their property to have this available is a substantial advantage. So thank you for it.
Councillor.
Sorry?
So he's unmuted. I was wondering if that would be.
No. Councillor Robertson, write a reply.
Thanks.
Or move this.
Right.
All those in favour? And contrary? Carried.
We're finishing.
People like to go for another half hour and move on to what we were thinking we would do tomorrow, or would we rather stop now and reconvene at 9 o'clock in the morning?
I'll carry on. Carry on.
Yep, so that we'll just need to move an amendment just for staff availability amendment to the agenda, which would bring 9.13 forward. So which is your community outcomes and engagement. We just have the staff here and available for that paper, but not the next on the schedule. So that would be what we would be doing now if we carry on.
To move.
Not 9:11.
Move that.
Not 9:11.
Move that we
9:13.
we move on to 9.13. Moved by councillor Malcolm, seconded councillor Wilson. All those in favour? On the contrary, carried.
Right.
Is this one for councillor Malcolm or councillor Gardner?
Just finish off the day, shouldn't I?
Yeah, councillor Gardner.
You can
talk to us about developing the long-term plan to 27 to 37 community outcomes and LTP engagement approach.
If you to hand it to the front desk.
Kia ora, thank you. So this paper is another key step in development of the long-term plan for 2027-37. The report seeks council approval of our community outcomes. The community outcomes are an essential step, essential element in the LTP. The Local Government Act specifies that councils must describe the community outcomes that they aim to achieve through delivery of the long-term plan. And setting the community outcomes early in the LTP process enables them to be a strategic anchor, a solid basis for planning and decision-making through the long-term plan process. The current community outcomes were developed and consulted through the LTP process for the 2024-34 LTP. And as we discussed at a workshop in May, the community outcomes align with our activities and with council's priority actions. However, slight adjustments would improve alignment with the proposed changes to the purpose of local government, and also some simplification would reduce the duplication in the resilience and climate outcomes. The second aspect of the report is around the approach to engagement on the LTP, which acknowledges community feedback that council already has received, commits to ongoing engagement around the long-term plan, and commits to sharing clear communication and messaging around LTP development. I will hand over to questions.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I just have a small question at paragraph 21. So all the outcomes listed in paragraph 21 describe what success looks like for Otago, except the partnership outcome, which describes a relationship. I wonder whether there is some merit in unpacking whether partnership is best expressed as an outcome in itself or as a key principle that sits behind how we deliver the outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to take steer from the table on that. So that, as Jasmine's mentioned and as was talked about at the workshop, this was a rollover from the previous ones, and that was developed through those previous processes. But very happy to take the guidance at the table.
Councillor Hollier.
I don't see any reference in this paper to the context of this consultation occurring at a time of local government reform. Now, I'm not suggesting that complicating things unnecessarily is part of it should be encouraged, but is there some, in terms of setting up in the context of trying to get valuable contribution from people, is there a way, is that going to be considered as part of the engagement in terms of why this is still important and how to get best information out of people, even though with changes coming up in the context that people might want to give feedback on?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. We certainly are thinking about it. We've had a mayoral survey in the last month. We are looking towards a formal consultation period, which would be early next year, so February, March. Hopefully decisions have been taken by then and there'll be some clear air. In terms of now, I guess it's one of the pieces that's gone into our recommendation that we not do a large public engagement for the early engagement for the long-term plan, but rather lean through our existing relationships and somewhat choose a bespoke kind of model to get the information we need to build the work programs and make sure we're on the right track. So yeah, that's part of the thinking, is that there's a lot of noise and it's difficult for community right now to separate all the various strands. Yeah.
Councillor Somerville.
Section 35 talks about engagement with traditionally underrepresented groups. What sort of form might that possibly take?
To be decided. I suppose that we're aware, as we've said in that statement, that, for instance, young people are often not highly represented in council surveys and traditional engagements. So we I guess, subject to the decisions today, we would need to go away and have a think about what specific actions we need to do to make sure those voices come through. Yeah.
Councillor Gillespie.
Just a follow-up to that, I guess, I'm sure that our territorial authorities have a similar challenge, and I'm sure one of the options would be to talk to them about how they might do it. And given that we're all going to be doing this sort of stuff at the same sort of time, is not to reinvent the wheel, but find ways of using the same tools to maybe get to those that are maybe attracted to have some sort of view.
Yes, I'm happy to share. So we have done that in the past, particularly around youth. So leveraging the youth councils from DCC and some of the inland TAs. So definitely that is a model we've used in the past.
Do we consider that the comment in 35 is enough to fulfil our obligations for Māori who are not mana whenua in Otago? Which we've got a specific obligation to, and which are, of course, much harder to reach. But in other places we talk about mana whenua, but we should be thinking of all Māori in Otago, and I'm not sure that because, I mean, it's collecting that non-mana whenua as a collection of disadvantaged people, which is not quite where the Local Government Act would be taking us, I don't think.
Yes, I think like in the answer to the previous question, that is under active consideration at the moment. We've heard from around the table that desire to engage more with Matawaka and hear those views. So we will, that approach is being considered at the moment.
Okay, I just think it should be written down somewhere sooner or later, however it comes, because it is an obligation, not a choice that we make. I mean, we would choose it anyway, but.
Yes.
Who was thinking of moving this?
Happy to move. Chair Calvert.
Moved councillor Malcolm, seconded councillor Hollier.
And if I can make a slight, just a small statement. Look, it is a mandatory process that we have to go through. And we are in very difficult times with the imminent shadow of local government reorganisation. But we need to be committed to ensure that we are correctly positioning our priorities that we've lined up for the rest of this triennium, but also ensuring that we are leaving a very sound platform for whoever takes over the Otago Regional Council, a very strong platform for them to go forward with. So this, and I think in the process of doing this long-term plan, it's something that we're going to have to continually emphasise with our community to ensure that we have engagement from them. So I'll just leave you with that comment.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yes, I agree. I think the communities have real concern out there about efficiencies with councils, about the best value for money that they can achieve for the rates that they have to contribute, and they get no choice in that. So in establishing our long-term plan for the future, we do need to look at how we're going to best set this council up to transition into what will be the new unitary authority. And I think that has to factor in all aspects of what we are doing or what we do. And I know I've raised this before, but I will be raising it again. That has to include staffing levels. It has to include the overall efficiency of the organisation and how we best prepare that for a new entity. So that was all. Thank you.
Councillor Hollier.
Yeah, thank you. Just picking up on those comments as well. This is potentially a bit of a legacy document from this organisation in terms of the next elected authority that takes over from what we're doing, and I think the importance of it is going to be really high. And I look forward to contributing as well as a councillor. You know, I appreciate staff are going to be engaging a lot, but also would like to collaborate and help out where possible in terms of the engagement that we can provide with our communities that we know, and make sure we're getting all the right information to help make a really good document, a really good decision made at the end.
Don't require a right.
I'll put these motions in. All those in favour of 1 and 2?
Aye.
On the contrary, carried. Time off for good behaviour now, I think. We will close the meeting. Just, and probably what you think of as an irrelevant comment from me, I am intending to address people on the whole by their first names. And the reason I would like to do that isn't that I particularly want to be desperately informal in a respectful place, but I do notice that we call some people by first names and some by councillor or second names and things, and I think it would be easier and more respectful to just move to a first name approach on the whole. So I'm just telling you that. If anybody's got any objections to that, I'm prepared to listen to them. Did you want to say something, Councillor Wilson?
I was wondering why we couldn't do the clock.
Kate would like to, well, it's wondering why we don't use this opportunity to go to confidential items and just get it done. Okay.
I know, I did think.
Okay, class dismissed.
I would adjourn.
We'll adjourn till 9 AM tomorrow. Moved by councillor Kelleher, seconded councillor Hollier. All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary, carried.